Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We'll be starting momentarily. Gracias por tu paciencia. Enseguida vamos a empezar. Danos 2 minuticos más. Gracias. Gracias. Good evening, everyone. Buenas noches a todos. Gracias por su paciencia. Thank you for your patience. We're going to get started now. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. And we are calling the meeting of the City of Hialeah Council meeting of June 6, 2026 is called to order at 6:05 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you please lead us in an invocation?
Lord, we are grateful for your continuous blessings and pray that you continue to guide us in benefit of our city.
Thank you.
Amen.
Oh, thank you. Councilman Luis Gonzalez, can you do us the honors of the Pledge of Allegiance, sir? Thank you. I rushed that one. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please read the meeting guidelines for tonight?
The following guidelines have been established by the City Council. All lobbyists must register with the City Clerk. As a courtesy to others, please refrain from using cellular telephones or other similar electronic devices in the council chamber. A maximum of 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the council on any one item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No signs or placards in support of or in opposition to an item or speaker shall be permitted within the council chamber. Any person interested in making comments or posing questions on matters of public concern or on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may address the City Council on any item pertaining to city business during the comments and questions portion of the meeting. A member of the public is limited to 1 appearance before the City Council, and the speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals should be respectful of the elected officials and staff and make every effort to speak with a moderate tone using appropriate language and avoiding personal attacks. Members of the public in the audience shall refrain from shouting or making remarks from their seats to the mayor, council members, or staff sitting on the dais. The public can view public meetings on the city's YouTube page.
Thank you. Item 6 is presentations. We have recognitions for 25-year employees and recognition for 30-year employees. God bless them, 30 years. What are you still doing here? Okay. Elsa, do you want to lead us in this?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Good
you.
evening, Elsa Jaramillo Velez on behalf of the Human Resources Department. Today, we again recognized our employees for 25 and 30 years of service to the city, which is a very big milestone. And today, we're going to call one at a time. I invite the mayor and the council members to come down and make the presentation. The first person is Jorge Gonzalez from Information Technology.
One more.
Family?
The family.
Yeah.
One, two. Perfect.
Yamilia Toledo is unable to be with us, but now we go to Julio Orego. Our next person is Helen Odalis. They're gonna do the family. Helen Odalis Regalado.
Okay, one, two.
Also for 25 years, Sharon Disick. Another Parks employee with 25 years, Quentin Webb.
Have you switched a little bit?
And now for 30 years of service with the city, Carlos Diaz from the Fire Department.
The younger guys.
The other employees couldn't be with us here today, but we will be sending the recognition as well. Thank you. That's it.
All right. Oh, really?
Gabby.
All right. Congratulations again to all those 25 and 30-year service personnel. Thank you. Okay, comments and questions. Madam Clerk, do we have any registered speakers?
Yes, sir. The first one is Michael Carabosa.
Michael Carabosa, come on up, sir. A name and address, sir, for the record.
Hello.
You have up to 3 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Calvo and council members. My name is Michael Carballosa, owner of Dancers Dance Academy. My main concern today is the way the city blames citizens and small business owners when the architect or professional they hired causes delays. I want to be clear, I was not ignoring the city. I was not refusing to comply. I was actively trying to comply. I was given consent to operate while correcting violations and following the instructions given by the city. I was told to hire an architect, so I did. The first architect delayed me for a year, took my money, and disappeared. I lost $2,700. Then I hired another architect and paid $6,500. I also paid an MEP architect $1,600. I permit expedited $3,000, surveyor $3,000, a structural engineer $250, and two city variance fees $1,000 each. That is a total of $19,050 spent just trying to comply and move forward. But when the process was delayed, I was blamed. Who was blamed? Me. I was told I should have hired a better architect by the city officials. That answer is not fair and it is not realistic. How is a citizen supposed to predict the future? When we hire a professional, we trust them. We pay thousands of dollars upfront. We do not know if that person is going to delay the project, disappear, or take longer than expected. The city needs to be more considerate of other people's money if it is not logical to expect a citizen to spend thousands of dollars on an architect, then fire the architect, lose that money, and spend thousands more on another one. Small business owners do not have unlimited money, every delay, correction, revision, and requirement costs real money. What makes this even harder is that my only source of income was taken away by the city while I was still trying to comply. My business was how I supposed to myself while going to school, support myself while going to school. Thankfully, I have parents who helped me because if not, I honestly believe I would be living in the streets because the city took away my livelihood and still expect me to keep paying more fees. Mayor Carver, you had a dream to become mayor of Hialeah, and today you're living that dream. I had a dream too. My dream was to open a dance studio for the youth of Hialeah. That dream was taken from me without clear answers, even though I was trying to do what I was told. My question is simple. While it's the full punishment places on the business owner when the business owner is depending on the licensed professional to complete the work. I believe the city attorney should look into a better process to protect citizens. Maybe the city can provide a standard agreement between the citizen and architect, making it clear that if the architect causes unreasonable delays, misses deadlines, or fails to do the work properly, then the citizen has the right to hold the architect responsible for the damages, fines, lines, or delays they cause. Right now, it feels like the citizen is trapped. The city tells us to hire an architect, the architect delays, and then the city blames the citizen. I am not asking for special treatment. I am asking for fairness, logic, compassion, and for the city to be more considerate for the real money citizens spend while trying to follow the rules. Thank you. I try to get all that in 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Good
Thank
job. You did it. Thank you for your comments. I believe you already spoke to my chief of staff, Jose. He's
Mhm.
right there in the back. And, you know,
Yeah.
we're trying to help as much as possible, obviously understanding that, you know,
Mhm.
there was an architect and engineer I think you hired
I
that.
hired two architects. I paid thousands and thousands of dollars, and the delay is not me.
Yeah.
I've been clearly trying my hardest.
No, look, we're going to try to help you as much as we can. Obviously, you know, we have to follow all the guidelines and the protocols,
Mhm.
but I know Constituent Services has a case open to try to help, and Jose is also aware of it. So if
Okay.
you want to connect with him, he's right there in the back of the room.
Okay,
All right. Thank you
All right.
for coming.
thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Juan Santana.
Mr. Santana. Name and address for the record. You have up to 3 minutes when you get on.
Juan Santana, 5601 West 10th Avenue.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to give you guys some information. Mayor, I came today to find out where we're at with the HOA task force. My friend Belkis lives, I'm co-owner of the property at 460 East 23rd Street, apartment 414. These people in the HOA board are ridiculous. You know, they're misusing money. They're doing horrendous thing. And this is something that I've been trying to push. You know, we have all these wonderful people running for governor and everything else under the sun. And I asked a simple question. We have all these new laws that came from Tallahassee down last year, that are already being enforced, right? But nobody's doing enforcement. Nobody. DPPR is not doing enforcement. I appreciate you had that workshop. What's it called? Unfortunately, you know, my case has gone already to the Attorney General's office of the state of Florida, and God forbid that person does their job, you know, because they don't follow guidelines. They don't answer emails. They don't answer nothing, you know. So basically, we asked for a loan, right? For a special assessment loan with Miami-Dade County. Okay. And now, right, they just stopped work. It's been already going on 6 weeks. They just stopped the work. I have a big concern, and I'm giving the city notice on this, right? I suggest you send out building inspectors over there, right? And start checking every single floor on the 460 building, right? They have structural beams up and everything, but they haven't done any work. And now the side, literally the pathway on the 4th floor where I own the condo, right? You can literally see down into the next floor. And you walk that building when you're running for mayor, you know how that is over there. And literally it's a safety hazard because that building, that 200 unit, all of them is more than 65 and older. You know it. You know, we have people that are 60, 70, all the way to 94 years old living there, you know? So please, and I want to know where we're at with the task force because we need to do something, you know, and hopefully now after July 13th, right, we're able to sit down and I want to tell you like how we could bring real action to hold these people accountable. Every single one of you that sit up there, I was just talking with Councilman Lewis earlier, have the power to call on the license of these HOAs. Okay. So I want every single one of you to really think about that. Okay. Are we just going to sit up there and say yes or no? Or are we going to start holding these HOAs accountable? That's what I want. Right. And that's what a lot of residents want. Okay. So please think about that while you're sitting up there. Thank you.
Yeah, so in regards to the task force, for the condominium angle, we're doing monthly sessions with DPBR, monthly office hours. Anybody in the public that has an issue with a condominium can go ahead and sign up. It's by appointments, and the appointments are, I believe, 30 minutes. So it's a 30-minute session for condominium-related issues. For homeowners association, that doesn't fall under DPBR. That would be through the state attorney's office. And so we're in the process right now of putting an additional police officer for our economic crimes unit. Obviously, it's not somebody you can put in overnight. It requires a lot of training, but we are actively in the process of doing that. They have over 700 active cases in the economic crimes unit. In addition to that, I mean, again, it is a super difficult situation because as much as you want to push the HOAs, we don't want to be in a situation where, you know, we have to shut down a building or something like that. And now you have a bunch of people out on the street. So we're trying to play the delicate dance that it is. But, you know, we have had a lot of issues with some of these associations paying their water bills. So a lot of them have been owing the city hundreds of thousands of dollars. And, you know, we're happy to say that almost all of them, with the exception of maybe one or two, almost all of them right now are up to date or they're on some sort of payment plan. So that's going to help us a lot in that regard. So it's a tricky situation, but we're doing the best we can.
All right,
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Jose Ozzie.
Jose, you know the drill, sir. Name and address for the record.
Before I start, I want to give each of you the two handouts. One is the line that was formed when we gave the food away.
Okay.
And the other one was a mobile medical unit that we could actually get from the food center.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay, Jose Ozzie, 788 Southeast Park Drive. Good evening, everybody. I went to the food handout at St. John's Church, and I have some good news, and then I'm gonna ask the city council to please help me, get involved. So if you see the line, I walked the whole area until 9 o'clock. This was the line, 7 blocks long. They even went into West Fourth. I don't know if people could see it. It was seven blocks. And the good news is Miami-Dade Human Services, they're gonna open their office back up in where we have Career Source. So we need to take advantage of that, because one of the things they do is once a week, they get money from food shares too. And finally, it's getting back. And then Mayor, I know you did a seminar for jobs. Career Source is also stationed there, and that's where people go get jobs. But when we removed Arnie Alonso from the Hialeah Center, and then we removed 3 staff, that's been little by little, because if you don't have an eye on it, the county is gonna give you less and less. And we pay 20% of our taxes to the county, and we're not getting that back. So please, just get involved with that, because that's a lot of hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then the response you gave me, Mr. Zogby, it was like, iffy, because I got the email to the response the day after. I didn't have the response, and I'm not gonna touch on it because I give all of you a copy. I'm gonna touch on, okay, so we still have 4 facilities. Southeast Park, the community there, the community around Mylanda, the community around Seminola, and the community around Palm Lakes Park. They don't get free lunches. All we gotta do is put a part-time staff there. Like our parks on Sunday, when people don't work, our parks are closed. We only have 5 parks open here, the people closed. So we're in dire need, So, and we have the money, and I'm gonna go over how much money we're asking for special events. That was a little bit of money, and city council, I hope, please, go out, visit your parks, If I'm talking crap, you can say, Pepper, you're exaggerating the truth, or you're full of crap. Or you can say, we're gonna look into this, because the city council, you can say, oh, that's Bobo's fault. Oh, that was Mayor. No, because you approved everything they did. I remember in the budget, it was approved, and you had these warnings, look, pools. So when you privatize the service, you're giving it to a vendor, right? You don't have control anymore. And I use the pool at Mylanda Park. I hope Councilwoman Perez and Councilwoman De La Vega go to Mylanda Park with your kids. Can we use the park? No, you can't swim there unless you pay $170 for fitness, because it's controlled. When you privatize it, it's controlled by that, like Manlander Park, that's a great thing. I hope they put them back in the school, but you can't use the facility when you privatize it. So I'm gonna give you the handout of the question they gave me and what I asked, and we still have a chance with a lot of money we're approving today. To please read this and help me. I mean, if you don't get involved, then you're approving everything, so you can't say, oh, this strong former mayor is the mayor's fault. No, you all are approving and you should all get involved.
Thank you.
So
Give it to Gabby. Give it to
Yeah,
Gabby. She'll give it to us.
for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pepper. Thank you, sir.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask our Parks Department, do we offer breakfast or lunch during summer? And have we done that before? Is it, if you can just give me a little bit information about that program? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, 900 East 56th Street, Willie Sanchez. Yes, we do offer lunch and snacks. Our Special Pops program does get breakfast as well. It's provided through Miami-Dade County. There's no cost to the residents, no cost to us. It's a partnership we've had for over 20 plus years with Miami-Dade County. So it's a great service. Again, it's never gone away. We always had it in the parks. Since I was a part-time employee, it's just much better now. From the times that we worked in, back in the 90s, it was cold lunches. Now we have hot lunches. So it's improved greatly.
Thank you. And what time do our parks open? Now for the summer that the kids are out, what time do our parks open?
So we have 9 parks, right? 9 parks, 10 parks opening up at 7:30 in the morning, and then the rest open up at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
The other remaining 5 parks,
Okay.
Yeah.
The others open up at, you said 1:30?
1:30.
And I'm assuming in all parks, we offer lunch and snacks.
All the parks that the morning parks have lunch
Okay.
and snacks. Snacks for the afternoon parks is just snacks.
In the past, did the county used to offer breakfast or the funds to be able to purchase breakfast, even if it's something simple as cereal and milk? I'm just curious if in the past we've been offered that.
Steve Diaz, 900 East 56th Street, Deputy Director of Parks. It has been an option, but what they offer is either a combination of breakfast and snacks or lunch and snacks. And typically, what we've selected in the past is lunch and snacks,
Okay.
with the exception of our special populations. They've gone the route of breakfast. Yeah.
Perfect. And this just came up because there had been a food drive that I had seen in another county that they did with parks. It was actually a combination that they did with police. So I just we'll meet offline, but it is something that maybe we can brainstorm, because I do know that there is a population of kids who attend the parks and probably don't have breakfast. So if we can just come up with a creative way of maybe getting, different resources to help us provide breakfast, I think that would be great.
Sure.
But thank you.
All right.
If I may, through the chair,
Go
I just want a bit of clarity from what was said. So all 10 parks that are going to be open will offer this lunch and snack
Lunch and snacks, yeah.
However, is it offered, just to have a little bit of clarity, offered to children that are enrolled in a program at that park, or anyone that walks in through the door, like
Anybody who walks in has,
said,
we
I would-
have to feed them. We will feed them. Yeah.
do we need to gather any kind of, name or some kind of, count to have some kind of evidence, some kind of data for auditing purposes of how many children we're servicing in the community?
We do. We keep-
Even though they're not enrolled in our park?
Yeah, we keep track how many lunches are ordered every day, and they have to provide numbers and names, not names, but numbers.
So typically we kind of run out of these lunches. How do we have like an estimated number, like per park? 10 parks are going to get how many lunches, let's say, per day?
It's the attendance. We base off attendance. So
But if someone just walks in, how do we know?
Primarily, what we'll do is we'll use our program registration as sort of a baseline, and then we'll order above that number in order to accommodate for anybody else that steps into.
So if we have 52 enrolled, we order 10
We
more
order
lunches.
about
just in case
60 to
52?
70 extras just in case there are anyone else decides to walk in. As long as they're under the age of 18, they're able to be served lunch and snacks.
Wonderful. Okay. And then the other 5 parks don't have that
They
lunch.
have the snack option. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not. Do we list this anywhere like online? Because I haven't seen like, oh, you could have lunch at these 10 parks during the summer. I don't
Specifically
know.
for the meals, no, but we do associate that information in like our camp flyers, things like that. So if we're promoting our sports camp or our fit and fuel camp, our
Okay.
flat program, those sort of things, we put that information in those flyers as well.
All right. And then as just to do a little follow up on what Councilwoman De La Vega said, maybe we can discuss maybe with Daniela, maybe we could look at maybe some type of children's trust breakfast options. I don't know if that's something, obviously, I think it's too late to do that this year, but maybe that's something that's offered as like a healthy food option that maybe we could apply for something for breakfast.
Sure, that's
Maybe for next
definitely an
year.
option. And also in addition to your previous question, you had asked if we, I guess, separately market the meal plans. We are also provided banners and sort of the coroplast signs to place at each of our facilities to kind of advertise to the public, hey, free lunches are available here
Okay.
during hours of operation. So,
Great.
yeah.
I would love to know those 10 parks that you
Sure.
are, just to be able to relate it to anybody. So
They
Okay.
definitely get you.
Yeah, we'll send.
thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate
welcome.
it.
Anyone else?
Yeah, through the chair.
Oh, yeah, go
Sorry.
ahead.
Guys, a question for you. On the weekends, are we offering that too? Just wanted to.
No, not weekends, not Saturday and Sundays. No.
Not Saturday and Sundays.
No.
Willie, and the other parks, which ones? The one at 1 o'clock, and I'm sorry, which parks are those?
We can send the complete list. We'll send it via email to the city clerk and share it.
Got it.
The ones are open in the morning and the afternoon parks.
Okay, and the last questions, how do we get the food? I'm just curious.
But Miami-Dade, it's a partnership we've had with Miami-Dade.
So you did mention that, I
yeah,
apologize.
it's-
So they deliver it to us?
Delivery includes milk, juices, snacks, hot food. Fridays, they have pizza. It's a great service. It's improved over the years.
Got it.
At no cost to the city.
And last question, Willie, just that I have it in front of you. How are we doing with staffing? Were we good this year? I know we last year.
Well, we continue to onboard, but we had a great, recruitment effort this summer.
So we're fully staffed, we're good?
We're getting there. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Gotcha.
One last thing, can you also include in our parks, when you give us the breakdown, what programming we have and like what activities we have lined up for the summer for the kids for each
Yes, sir.
corresponding park?
Of course, yeah.
Thank you.
So, sorry, through the chair again.
Yes, sir.
These are the questions we're getting answered every day. So the parks,
Yeah.
especially now with the economy the way it is, people are gonna
Yep.
rely on our parks more than ever.
Yep.
So we're getting a lot of information. I imagine the council too. So our parks are gonna be busy. I
Sure.
skate already, very, very busy.
We have great summer camps at a very affordable rate. Nobody can,
Excited. And that,
we provide a great service.
the programs, okay, remember we talked about before, and a lot of things have happened, that we wanted a list of actually what's coming to the parks, what's in the park. So when the parents show up there, the kids can know exactly what the time. Do we have that going on there, Steve? As
Yep.
far as the parks itself, let's say I walk into my lander.
Yeah, that we try to push on social media platforms, an actual list, like a project list. We have an actual working document that's a list, but we don't have anything posted at parks yet. That's sort of an ongoing effort there.
Got it,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Was that something we're gonna do as far as posting it?
Yeah, that's definitely something we're gonna because the projects kind of fluctuate so quickly as we kind of jump from one project to the next. We have to constantly keep that updated. So I'm trying to figure out what would be the best way without constantly having to print specific flyers and all that. But
And one last, most of the programs that we're gonna be running in the parks are probably gonna be employee led by the city highly, right? Oh, the big soccer, the lady-
there's a good combination of both. Staff led, for instance, our cheerleading program, our elite teams, that sort of thing are all staff led. But then we have a combination of other programs that are more of the expertise of individuals that are out there that can
Got it.
provide that service. Yeah.
So Willie, you're gonna send the email so we can have that education
sir.
or something. Thank you,
Yeah.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mi-
Next speaker.
Miguel Pita.
Yes, sir. Sir, name and address, and then
Mi
you have up to
nombre-
3 minutes.
Ok, mi nombre es Miguel Pita, vivo en el 6935 West de la Tercera Core en Hialeah y estoy aquí por una ordenanza que limita los botes en las propiedades multifamiliares y yo tengo botes desde el 2007, hace 19 años en esa misma propiedad. Llevo viviendo en esa propiedad desde el 99. Y cuando yo compré la propiedad mía, dice single family, una sola unidad. Y la ciudad de Hialeah ha quitado la palabra de la ordenanza, ha quitado townhouse. Y eso me está afectando. Es la segunda vez que vengo. En el gobierno anterior, no, si trabajaron bien o trabajaron mal, no le puedo decir. El problema es que se desestimó y ahora me está llegando una violación. Y yo quisiera saber o pedirle a ustedes, que son los que están ahora, el gobierno, que tienen el poder, que tienen la forma y la capacidad de ayudarnos con eso, por lo menos en el caso mío. Toda mi vida he trabajado para tener eso que me gusta, para cuando me llegara al retiro, que estoy retirado, que vivo de una pensión, poder disfrutar de eso que tanto he luchado, tanto me ha costado. Y vuelvo y le repito, 19 años con bote en esa misma propiedad y todo eso que le estoy diciendo está documentado. Desde el año pasado yo me presenté en una comisión igual, algo así, donde se votó 4-3 a favor mío de que me quedara con el bote y tenía que presentarme después a los concejales, pero se desestimó, lo quitaron. Hicieron un buen mal trabajo, hicieron algo. Entonces ahora estamos viendo esto y
Diga,
sigue. Y entonces yo tuve un costo en el 24 que fueron como de 3,000 y pico de dólares. Me está costando. La ciudad me devolvió los $1,075 para la variante. En aquel momento, como no se me devolvió. Y quisiera ver si había posibilidad de volver otra vez a la variante con una cierta seguridad, por favor, de que no voy a botarme dinero. Y yo creo que ustedes tienen el poder de ayudarnos. Yo quiero terminar mis años que tengo, quiero terminarlos feliz, con lo que tanto me ha costado y tanto he luchado.
¿Qué
Gracias.
tamaño le tiene tu bote, Pita?
21.
Ok.
Oye, básicamente, mira, creo que tú vives donde, en el Palm Springs North.
Correcto.
¿Ya? Ok. Casualmente, cuando esta ordenanza se aprobó, yo vivía en Palm Springs South, que es la propiedad hermana que hicieron los mismos desarrolladores. Yo estaba en el consejo en ese momento. Yo casualmente también voté en contra de esa ordenanza, pero yo tuve que vender mi bote porque la ordenanza se aprobó y es la que está en efecto. Y yo no quería que me pusieran una multa. Entonces, ese bote yo lo tuve que vender y era un bote de 17 pies, parecido al tuyo. So, lo que está en estos momentos es esa ordenanza que no deja que uno pueda tener un bote en un townhouse. La propiedad suya es un townhouse. Entonces, lo que le puedo decir es que usted tiene la posibilidad, si quiere, si lo desea, de aplicar para una variante, que fue el proceso que usted estaba explicando.
Correcto.
Ese proceso todavía existe. Y si quiere aplicar, puede hacerlo. Obviamente va a incurrir, como dijo, una cantidad, ¿no? Para poder procesar esa aplicación. Iría en el proceso del grupo de zonificación y después vendría al consejo, que después el consejo puede decidir. Yo no puedo hablar por los concejales, no sé cómo ellos votarían o no, pero el problema es que la política es que no se deja tener los botes en las propiedades townhouse. So, sería un poquito raro de tener una política que dice eso y a la misma vez dejarlo mantener el bote. Yo entiendo que usted tenía el bote antes de la ordenanza, pero desafortunadamente la manera que está escrito no le da ningún tipo de puntos adicionales por haber tenido el bote antes. Si simplemente la idea de la variancia es si usted tiene una propiedad que es posiblemente única, ¿no? Especial, como las personas que tienen townhouse, pero son la casa esquinera, que tienen un patio, un costado, donde pueden básicamente tener el bote escondido como supuestamente se tiene que hacer. El problema de los townhouses, porque en ese momento no se dejó o permitió hacerlo en los townhouses, los townhouses tienen poco parqueo. Por ejemplo, en mi casa, no sé en su casa, pero en mi casa son 3 parqueos. Si el bote ocupa un parqueo, ya sabe que queda mucho menos y casi todo el mundo aquí tiene su propio carro. Entonces tienes la situación, las personas parquean en las aceras, parquean en la calle, etcétera, etcétera. So, usted tiene la posibilidad de aplicar por la variante si desea hacerlo. No le puedo yo decir con certeza si le van a aprobar o no le van a aprobar. Usted puede discutir después eso a lo mejor con los concejales, esa situación, pero como punto general, esa es la ley que está en vigor. So, no sé qué fue lo que hicieron en el pasado, pero la ley que está en vigor en estos momentos es esa.
Ah,
Oh, perdón, through the chair.
Go ahead.
So, como dijo el alcalde, voto no por eso, yo voté sí. Entonces, hoy ¿cómo se dice? New business, antes se acabe el consejo, empezar el zoning, yo voy a preguntar a los concejales unas preguntas, a ver si se puede abrir la ordenanza esa. Eso yo personalmente lo voy a hacer porque me siento responsable para eso.
correcto.
So, si quieres, espera un momentico aquí, un ratico, vamos a tener más discusión con eso ahora.
Ok,
Ok, sí.
¿puedo dirigirme a usted?
Sí, claro, sí.
Ahora usted vendió el bote porque tuvo la posibilidad, mire la edad suya, mire la edad mía. Yo no tengo el espíritu que usted tiene. Usted tiene el espíritu, como lo tiene el panel, los que están aquí. Eso, usted me está diciendo que no se puede cambiar, que no pueden cambiar, ponerle un inciso, ponerle algo a esa ordenanza donde los que ya lo tenemos anteriormente, porque también la ordenanza dice que quienes teníamos el bote antes de la ordenanza, teníamos esa variante de poderlo hacer. Lo dice en un párrafo, disculpe la F, creo, o la
Sí,
H,
en la
lo,
F,
lo dice, pero nadie me está, usted no me está dando seguridad. Lo dice el párrafo, pero sin embargo, ahora con respecto a los parqueos, me permite un
Sí,
momentico,
claro.
con respecto a los parqueos, sí, resolvamos un problema. Yo no tengo problema con los parqueos. Yo puedo poner mi bote, puedo poner mi carro y ya me resolveré dónde yo pongo. No, y lo voy a parquear en la acera. Nunca lo he hecho porque desde que tengo bote tenía una carta que en el 2007 me mandaron que por culpa del bote yo no podía obstruir la acera, ni el bote ni ningún carro. Siempre respeté eso. Pero hay otra cosa. Dígame qué usted me dice si mi contrato dice en el 1999 que es single family, una sola unidad. Ustedes, la ciudad, tienen el poder de decir, ese contrato, échalo a la basura que no sirve. Eso está bueno, eso está bien, que mi contrato diga single family, una sola unidad, aunque esté en una zona multifamiliar, no cambia el objetivo de la casa, que es single family. Lo dice en el contrato en múltiples, lo menciona en múltiples lugares. Entonces, usted dice, mi contrato no sirve, lo voto. ¿Quién violó eso? Es lo que dice mi contrato. Yo no sé los demás. Hay casos por caso. Yo creo que se debe analizar caso por caso. Usted lo vendió, felicidades, que lo pudo vender. ¿Usted cree que yo puedo vender un bote? Ahora, cuando la gente se entere, lo está viendo YouTube, lo está viendo todo el mundo, de que tenemos que vender el bote. Mi bote vale 16, tengo que venderlo por el bote, por el valor del motor, que son 12,000. ¿Pierdo todo lo demás? Entonces, toda mi inversión, todo mi sacrificio, usted me está echando por el piso lo que yo luché, lo que yo trabajé para cuando yo estuviera retirado como estoy ahora, para disfrutar de eso. Por favor, yo le estoy pidiendo piedad, le estoy pidiendo a ustedes, les suplico. Ustedes pueden cambiarlo, no me diga que eso es inviolable, que eso no se puede hacer, como mismo pusieron una ley. Yo creo que le pueden poner un amendment, un inciso, pueden hacer algo, por Dios. No,
Pita, déjame, ya has dicho eso, me permites un momentico. Yo me recuerdo cuando se construyó específicamente el tuyo, da la casualidad que estamos hablando del tuyo, de Palm Springs North. Yo me acuerdo cuando se construyó en el 73. Era lindísimo. Le sobraba el parqueo. Yo tenía unos amiguitos de la familia que compraron ahí recién. Sobraban los parqueos. ¿Por qué? Un núcleo familiar, hogar. A través de los años, yo vi el cambio, primeramente el pandillerismo, que tuvimos que atacar eso, hubo un pandillerismo en los 90 en Palm Springs North. Otra cosa que ha tenido Palm Springs North, yo he tenido cuando yo era subjefe de la policía, yo tenía que tener varias reuniones con el HOA y tuvimos reuniones con los residentes porque era intransitable lo que es ese herradura de caballo, que son los 100. Los
Pero usted habla
500
de
y pico
atrás.
apartamentos.
Yo vivo en la misma 3 yo no tengo ese problema.
Fíjate, el problema es el siguiente. ahí no hay parqueo. Entonces, cuando se dice, no hay parqueo. Cuando se diseñan los townhouses, la zonificación te dice X dormitorio, X parqueo. Nunca se factorió un bote, que es una cosa permanente que obliga. Yo lo que he visto es una odisea. No sabíamos lo que hacer a través de los años con ese problema. La asociación nos pedía, ayúdanos porque la gente se nos queja, están bloqueando lo que son las entradas donde están los townhouses y bloqueando la calle. Sí, yo lo viví, yo lo viví. Y una de las cosas que yo observé estando ahí, aparte de demasiadas personas viviendo en los townhouses que no alcanzan los parqueos, era una cosa horrible lo que estaba pasando ahí, era la cantidad de botes que tenían la gente que ocupaban esos parqueos sagrados que tienen esos apartamentos, esos townhouses que son limitados. Sí, es el caso, me recuerdo, como te digo, desde el 73, que yo era teenager, hubo que hacer un cambio, la densidad que se ha creado, que se ha desarrollado hoy en día para las unidades que no estaban supuestos a ocupar tantas personas, ha traído más carros y ha traído más problemas. Y el problema del bote en un townhouse te ocupa un parqueo sagrado.
¿Ok?
No se puede...
Pero usted me está diciendo a mí lo que yo tengo
El
que decir.
contrato...
El carro que tú tienes es sagrado, tiene que estar ahí. ¿Por qué? Si yo puedo sacrificar el parqueo de un
Tienes que
carro por
buscar
el otro.
parqueo por otro lado.
No, señor, yo no tengo que hacer eso. Yo ni tengo que parquear al side de eso. Y yo vivo al frente. Usted me está hablando atrás de la herradura. Y yo de eso, ahí lo que habrá serán, mire, 10 o 15 botes lo que hay ahí. Eso es lo que hay ahí. Ahora, ustedes le ponen un límite, 24 pies o mínimo. Si hay botes que tienen más de 24, no lo sé, yo vengo a hablar por mí, yo no vengo a hablar por él. Cuando usted vivía era un caos, hoy es un caos, vamos a llamarle caos. A la bomba de Hiroshima en Japón, vamos a decir ahora que
Sí,
todo
pero,
es igual.
mira, el concejal va a proponer nosotros revisar otra vez la ordenanza. Te entiendo lo que estás diciendo. Yo te entiendo lo que estás diciendo. Lo tenías, ahora no lo puedes tener. La situación lo hicimos porque la situación en la ciudad cambió. Cambió. Y entonces tuvimos que limitar los vehículos recreacionales. Igual en los townhouses no se permiten y la gente lo tenían. Eso hay veces que ocupaba 2 parqueos. Entonces, no, te entiendo, pero ese parqueo es sagrado. Y ese parqueo cuando dice, estamos hablando de la ley, cuando se diseñó ese townhouse, se diseñó con los parqueos específicos que necesita por dormitorio. Como te digo, el bote puedes aplicar por un variante, pero como te digo, no se sabe si te lo van a aprobar porque si se puede, él está hablando, propiedad que está en una esquina donde no ocupan parqueo, donde tienen un pedazo de patio, un área, entonces no te ocupa uno de esos parqueos.
Correcto.
Ese es el problema que está pasando ahora.
Correcto, correcto. Ok, entonces, pero bueno.
Pero entendemos lo que tú nos estás diciendo.
Ok.
De verdad,
If I
entendemos.
may, through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
if you're done, sir.
Ujú.
Una preguntita, porque usted mencionó que usted vino y alguien votó 4 sí, 4
Sí.
no. So, ya usted fue por ese proceso
Sí,
de
sí,
variante.
Sí.
Y
En el
entonces,
2024, el 11 de noviembre, yo vine, no eran concejales,
but they
era...
denied it for him?
They went through planning and zoning,
Right.
but the application was withdrawn. I don't know why.
Okay.
Y ellos
All I
votaron.
know, and the
By
money
the
was returned.
applicant who was withdrawn by him?
The money was returned and the application did not go all the way to council. It stopped in planning and zoning.
Okay.
Y-
Si usted ya tiene, mira, señor, si usted ya tiene una aplicación,
No, he doesn't.
vamos entonces a revisar esa aplicación y vamos a intentar hacer ese proceso de nuevo, porque como usted explicó en la ordenanza, ya está eso escrito ahí, de las personas que tienen ese barco, ese RV, que se puede analizar y ver si aplica para esa propiedad.
Ajá.
Ya eso está escrito, ya no hay motivo para abrir otra vez esa ordenanza si eso está escrito ahí como usted ha explicado. Vamos a ver, no sé si el departamento, do they have that paperwork already?
He would need to submit, tendría que aplicar otra vez, obviamente, porque el dinero se le había regresado en ese
Sí,
entonces.
es correcto.
No sé cuáles fueron los detalles, yo no sé esos detalles, pero tendría que aplicar otra vez, como le dije. Y entonces poner esa aplicación, tiene que ir al grupo de zonificación primero, como fue en esa vez, y entonces vendría después al consejo para la aprobación final, que son los concejales, entonces votan en su propiedad específica. Lo que su pregunta inicial fue Y usted no quiere, obviamente, incurrir ese gasto sin tener certeza, que tiene
No,
mucho
no,
sentido.
no tanto certeza. Es ser justo. Decir, bueno, señores, esto merece que hay una palabra en inglés que no sé traducirla, que es grandfather in, que creo que eso me da algún derecho a algo que ustedes puedan considerar, nada más que teniendo en cuenta eso.
Un factor a considerar, definitivamente, y obviamente usted, o sea, apela a las emociones de los concejales en ese momento. Lo que yo no le puedo decir con seguridad es de que sí se va a aprobar o no, porque primero yo ni voto, son los concejales que votan, pero punto número 2, es la decisión de cada concejal individualmente, hay 7 personas. Usted tendría que convencer a 4 personas mínimo, ¿no? Para tener la aprobación.
De ellos 4.
Correcto, correcto.
Tendría que hablar con ellos independientemente en otro momento, cada uno.
Y ese es el proceso que se diseñó en ese momento determinado.
¿Y usted qué haría?
Yo no votaría porque yo no soy, el alcalde no vota. Date cuenta
Sí,
que los concejales.
pero es el que tiene la voz más alta. Yo creo que usted tiene
Pero,
poder,
casualmente-
usted tiene poder.
Casualmente
Usted,
yo
usted
ni-
tiene poder, usted puede influir, usted puede influenciar, usted puede cambiar o hacer una reunión de las que ustedes hacen y decir, "Porque podemos hacer esto. Si tú tienes, usted disculpe la palabra tú, si usted tiene la intención de ayudarnos a quienes nos encontramos en ciertos casos, yo no estoy generalizando, yo estoy hablando por mí, y usted tiene la intención de ayudar y que yo me muera feliz con lo que yo he luchado tanto, usted lo puede hacer, usted
Absolutamente. Pero caballero, yo tengo que seguir las leyes que existen.
sí, pero puede cambiar ciertas cosas.
Mi trabajo es enforzar la ley que existe. Ahora, lo que estamos hablando ahora es un proceso cuasi judicial. Proceso cuasi judicial es que los concejales se sientan como jueces. Yo no puedo influenciar las decisiones que ellos toman, porque éticamente estoy prohibido hacerlo. Ellos tienen que tomar su decisión. Yo no sé cuál es la decisión. Usted puede, obviamente, hablar con cada uno de ellos. Ya más o menos tiene una idea de los sentimientos de algunos concejales y de otros. Tiene que convencer a 4 personas. Yo no le puedo decir a usted qué van a hacer ellos o no van a hacer, pero sí le puedo explicar cómo fue que la ordenanza vino, por qué fue que se le prohibió a los townhouses tener, y todos esos factores va a tomar la decisión. Pero las leyes cuando se hacen a veces perjudican a algunas personas, pero se supone que en general va a mejorar algún funcionamiento. O sea, nadie hace una ley por gusto, se hace con una idea, una meta. Y la meta en ese caso fue el tema de los parqueos, que no tenemos suficiente parqueo en la ciudad.
Y usted es abogado.
Correcto.
Yo tengo un contrato que dice una cosa. ¿Puede la ciudad violar el contrato ese?
Bueno, los contratos son entre personas privadas. Sí, el gobierno puede poner leyes por arriba de los contratos.
El contrato,
absolutamente.
correcto. Ya, eso es lo que quería oír. Es decir, que mi contrato que dice single family, una sola unidad, ustedes pueden...
Si el día de mañana la ciudad quisiera poner su propiedad comercial, lo puede hacer.
Oh.
Los gobiernos topan siempre las relaciones
ya.
contratales entre personas privadas. Como mismo el Estado puede poner leyes diciendo que nosotros como ciudadanos podemos hacer algo. Y el gobierno federal puede topar al Estado y puede topar a la ciudad. Entonces es la jerarquía de cómo se gobierna aquí.
¿Y cómo puedo tener el nombre y el teléfono como un
Está en el website.
¿Eh?
En el website de la ciudad, si busca bajo government, bajo gobierno, y puedes traducir el website, hay un hipervínculo que puedes traducirlo al español. Y en ese sitio del website te dice el gobierno y te dice el nombre y el email de cada uno de nosotros. Hay un teléfono de la oficina también, pero mándanos un correo, aunque sea en español también, a cada uno.
A todos que están aquí los
Sí,
voy a
señor.
llamar a uno por uno y espero que me apoyen.
Gracias, Pita.
Gracias.
Gracias, Pita. Next speaker. You're not
Eddie
done.
Dennis.
You have one. Wait a minute. And when you come up, you have 1 minute. Okay.
It will be enough.
Sir, name and address for the record, and you have up to 3 minutes, sir. Thank
Eddie
you.
Dennis, I live 70. Can I do it like in
Como tú
Spanish?
quieras.
It's gonna be
Yeah,
easy
yeah,
for me if I do it in Spanish.
Yeah.
7165. Jeez, I forgot my address.
Tranquilo.
7165 West, Third Court.
Ah, ok.
Estoy en-
Vecino de Pita.
Estoy en la misma situación del señor. Except
ahead,
for
go ahead,
I
sorry.
have an,
Yeah.
tengo un
Sorry.
18.
Un momentico, perdón. Por favor, que no podemos oír aquí arriba, gracias. Muy amable. Dale,
Tengo la-
tranquilo, tienes hasta 3 minutos para desahogarte. Dale,
No, necesito más.
tranquilo. No, 3 minutos.
Tengo la misma situación.
Ok.
He tenido el botecito este por 10 años. I just got here like 12 years ago from Cuba, and that was my dream. So I made it. And I have the same situation. I'm trying to keep that. Estoy en la medida, pues no molesto a nadie, no hay un complaint directo hacia nosotros por tenerle esos botes, que alguien haya tropezado, que alguien, ¿saben? Hemos maltratado a alguien, o sea, haya un daño producto de esa embarcación. Hemos sacrificado un parqueo, usted tiene la razón, hemos sacrificado un parqueo, pero preferimos eso por la felicidad de
¿Y
nosotros.
dónde parqueas el carro que sacrificaron el
It's
parqueo?
next to the boat.
How many cars in your house?
I have one. I work in the office. I work as a former electrician, and I have a van from the office. So I have park in the office, and that's it.
Just one additional car?
Yeah, I have a truck that I park where I found it.
Okay, that's what we're trying to avoid. But go ahead.
Yeah, but it's allowed. I'm allowed to park in the spot I'm using now. It's from the city. It's in the street.
Pero si tuvieras un parqueo en tu casa, no tienes que ocupar un parqueo en vía pública. ¿Entiendes lo que te digo? That's the thing.
Okay, that's
it. No, pero go ahead,
Yeah,
go
I'm
ahead,
agree with
go
that.
ahead. No, perdón.
no. I'm trying to like keep the boat.
No, te
That's-
entendemos.
that's the
Tienes el
only
mismo problema que Pita, misma preocupación. Tú
Yeah,
quieres
yeah.
tener tu bote. ¿Qué tamaño tiene tu bote?
18.
Anybody, espérate. Anybody for him? Anybody? No. A ver,
Yeah, that's the
entonces,
only joy I have with my kids. That's the only thing that I have to say.
okay.
I try.
De
I wanna
nuevo,
keep it.
do you want to say anything to the same thing, basically?
So the last-
Son
Sorry.
decisiones imposibles. Decisiones
Yeah, I
imposibles.
know, but last government, I know it's not impossible. Last government, I'm sorry. I have to
Imposible
say
en el
this,
sentido de que
but 2 years ago, we were allowed, they stopped everything. I have all the papers, I have everything. They stopped. I mean, Esteban stopped everything and he was allowed to do it. He was agreed to do it. If we don't like go against the measurements that we have, we have.
I'm sorry, un momentico. I'm going to have to ask for some quiet on that side of the room. You're interrupting our meeting. No te pita. Please. Thank you. Go, sigue, perdona.
I just want to try to save the boat in the house. That's it.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
So through the chair. So what's gonna happen now, a little bit in new business, I'm gonna propose for opening the ordinance. The council's gonna have a chance to open it and we'll revise it. If it doesn't go through, like the mayor said, we have a chance of actually applying for an exception. So if you want to stand by a little bit, you can see what's gonna happen soon on this particular case. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gracias.
Gracias.
No more registered speakers.
Frank, did you want to?
Good evening, Frank De La Paz, 11,000 Southwest 101st Street, Miami. 1 minute.
No.
LBT director is on the screen. I don't know why,
Who?
but since she's there,
Oh.
downstairs
Kenya?
on the employees, the vending machines, they no longer have a valid stickers for LBT. It's a continuous occurrence.
Okay.
And they no longer take coins, only bills. So you buy a bag of chips and you have to spend, and then the next item, and next thing you know, you walk out of the building with $10 in change if you need to get something. So I would like to see them pay their local business tax or
Thank you.
get beside it like everybody else.
And accept cash? Now they don't accept cash.
They only accept bills now.
Oh, bills, no coins.
So $1.25, 75 cents, you're gonna buy something else, you gotta put $2 other dollars and you get another 75 cents and, you know,
I hear you. Okay, Frank.
if we're gonna have a machine, let's have a machine that works properly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. No other registered speakers? No
No,
one
sir.
else? Sir, go ahead.
I have some handouts if the aide would like.
Your name and address.
Shamoy Yepes, 9297 West, 32nd Lane, Hialeah, Florida. There's 7 or
What's his name?
8. 9. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, best center. Oh. Yepes?
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You have up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Mayor and council, first, I want to thank you guys for taking time today to hear me out.
You're
I want to start off by saying I support law enforcement. The question I'm raising tonight is not whether Hialeah Police Department should have the tools. It's whether this particular vendor, Flock, has earned the trust that comes with the access it's asking for. And whether expanding the system without written government's control is consistent with Florida's constitutional right to privacy. Please look at the handouts. That's 3 minutes, not really enough to express my concerns. But the first point I would like to make, it's about the platform. It's not about the camera. The cameras may say they only read the plates, but the platform that those cameras feed into is something very different. For example, it feeds into Freeform, which is an AI-powered plain English search for people by physical description. Second, Raven, which is sold as a gunshot detector, now expanded to listen for human voices in distress. Under Florida statutes, intercepting oral communications without consent is a third-degree felony. And their own patents describe classifying people by race, gender, height, and weight in a searchable database. That's not speculation, that's what they have in their patents. Additionally, software updates add capabilities without new physical hardware. Without hearings and without a council vote. What you've already approved or may approve may not be what is running in 18 months from now. The second point I would like to make is the right to privacy is already severely eroded as it is in this country. And we as a city should not participate in further deteriorating it. Florida's Constitution explicitly guarantees every person the right to be let alone from governmental intrusion. Article 1, Section 23. And Carpenter v. United States Supreme Court President says, a person does not surrender all Fourth Amendment rights by venturing into the public sphere. No Florida court has definitively ruled on automatic license plate rendition mass retention. So meaning Hialeah is operating in unknown legal territory by implementing without a clear written policy. Third point I would like to make is there has been a documented loss of local control across the country. These are not allegations, this has happened across the country and other local governments and other states. Mountain View, California, Flock enabled nationwide sharing without the police department's knowledge. ATF, the Air Force, accessed local data for 17 months without their knowledge. The police chief later recommended termination. Cambridge, Massachusetts, just last year, Flock installed new cameras even after the city council voted to deactivate the system. Their contract was later terminated for breach of trust. The state of Illinois last year as well. The Secretary of State audit found 4,000 plus immigration-related lookups, including searches for ICE warrant on data departments never authorized by that state. Additionally, the cost. Well, I'm running out of time, so my ask today is do not adopt this system. Hialeah can be a leader in protecting the constitutional privacy rights guaranteed by Florida's Constitution. 30 plus cities have already canceled Flock's contracts. Even Amazon canceled it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah. Señor. Thank you, Matt, President.
Buenas tardes.
Nombre y dirección, por favor,
Nombre
como
Joanqui.
formalismo. Gracias.
Nombre Joanqui, vivo en 6915 West, Tercera Col, Hialeah, Florida, 33014. Soy vecino del señor
Sí.
Pila y del señor. Estoy en el mismo caso. Mi voto no interrumpe, no ha habido cumplir, no ha habido nada. Yo estoy de acuerdo con ustedes, que son los que nos representan. Y si la ley hay que cumplirla, se cumple. Eso está verídico. Pero la ley es flexible y podemos revisarla. Aquellas personas que no están, que han habido complaint, están teniendo problemas, no creo que tenemos que ser tan radical. Ya que, como él le dijo, cada persona trata de despejarse a su manera. Mi manera es mis hijos, mi esposa, cuando se puede salir a pasarla bien. No voy a un restaurante, no voy a nada. soy padre de familia, no tengo la economía para pagar un local para pagarlo porque están súper caros. Ya estuve averiguando, valen $1,000, cosa que no se puede hacer. Estamos hablando de los parqueos, tiene toda la razón. No le quito la razón. Usted conoce el lugar. ¿Por qué no tomamos la decisión de frente a la tercera col que hay suficiente espacio para hacer parqueos comunes? ¿Por qué no se hace? Porque se puede hacer. Es una cosa que podemos hacerlo. Porque eso es para si en un futuro se necesita ampliar la calle, hacerla.
Hace falta, sí, hace falta eso y hace falta áreas verdes ahí también. No se puede ocupar todo para facilitar eso, pero
No,
sí.
no facilitar, no solamente en mí, porque en el caso mío es lo mismo. Yo no estoy afectando a nadie. El bote cumple con lo establecido, tiene 24 pies, está suficientemente lejos de la acera, nadie puede chocar con él. Es lo que usted dice, un parqueo lo estoy perdiendo, pero bueno, tampoco me puede mandar a nadar con los tiburones porque me van a comer. Ya yo tengo que buscar dónde parquear y que no moleste. ¿Me entiendes? A lo mejor estoy afectando a otra persona porque estoy usando ese parqueo. En eso estoy de acuerdo con usted, pero creo, una vez más, que podemos ponernos la mano en el corazón y podemos tratar de esa ley, revisarla de nuevo. Ya que, como dice el señor Bobo, ustedes están oye, Carlos, disculpe,
Bobo todavía no
ustedes
estoy.
están para hacer cumplir la ley. Y estoy de acuerdo con ustedes, muy contento.
Lo que podemos hacer para ustedes, mira,
Muy
se
contento,
le aprecia mucho.
permiso,
no sé.
muy contento con el nuevo gobierno. Por lo menos de mi parte estoy muy contento. Y con el señor Bobo, con el señor Calvo, pues, disculpa, con el señor Calvo.
Se me va a pegar, se me va a
Con el
pegar.
señor Calvo que dijo que está viendo lo del agua, muchas cosas. Súper contento, ¿me entiendes?
Mira,
Pero
se les aprecia que hayan tomado su tiempo y venir aquí. Lo que vamos a hacer para ustedes, vamos a tomar las cosas fuera de orden y vamos a entrar ya en la discusión del tema, que es el tema de ustedes, de los botes, para que ustedes no tengan que seguir esperando y podemos entrar en ese tema ahora mismo. Y obviamente es una discusión abierta entre todo el mundo. Este es uno de estos temas que mentes razonables pueden diferir y hay muchas maneras de ver el problema, pero podemos hacer eso por ustedes para que no estén esperando tanto tiempo.
yo tengo
Podemos entrar en esa
appointment
discusión.
con el señor Anthony de la parte suya el martes
Sí.
al martes a las 10 de la mañana.
Con Jonathan.
Con Jonathan.
Sí, él está aquí mismo.
Por eso le digo, disculpen la molestia.
No,
yo sé
no,
que
no hay
todos
ninguna
están
molestia.
ocupados,
Si para eso estamos
igual que
aquí.
nosotros, pero me gustaría ver con la mano en el corazón si podemos tratar. Vuelvo y le repito, si hay que sacarlo, se saca. Como usted vendió el suyo, se va a vender.
Dale un segundito entonces.
Más nada que eso.
Vamos a entrar en esa discusión ahora mismo. Si quieren quedarse y
No,
quieren
sí, yo me
participar,
quedo, no hay problema con eso. Muchas
vamos a
gracias.
entrar en eso ahora mismo
Y
para...
bendiciones para todos ustedes.
Gracias por venir. You want to take that
Yeah.
item now, please?
What, under new business?
Under new business? We'll
Sure.
just skip it.
New business. Anyone?
Yes, through the chair, please.
Yes,
Sí,
sir.
Señores, por favor, un momentito. All right, so through the chair, so council members, so on the ordinance that we're talking about, I understand when we first presented to us, we had the issue with the RVs with disaster out there, and I think the ordinance did do his job. But there's some items here I want to bring to us as a council. We can have a discussion at another time. One was, you just heard townhomes to have a small boat. If the space permits, we can have a discussion, open up for discussion as far as something that we can do, because it's not only that area, it's across the city that I'm seeing the townhouses. In some areas, I see that they do fit. They have one car. An example, Mr. Pita's here. I saw it in Google. He does have one car, one boat. So we probably could do something for them in the future as far as not have that strong of an ordinance. Number two, commercial vehicles. 2,000 pounds, I think it's that's a small vehicle. I think we should discuss about opening a little bit, having a larger vehicle, it's 4,000 or 5,000. The 2,000-pound vehicles are very small. So let's say you're a plumber or an air conditioning mechanic.
Right.
So you're looking like a dime.
That's a ton van. That's what is, yeah, but it's, no, that's 2,000 pounds.
Yeah, no, excuse me.
Yeah.
A 2,000.
1 ton. Anything above that is described as a commercial vehicle, though.
So, yeah, so what I
Yeah.
did, but we can have a discussion. So 2,000 pounds van is probably a very small, it's not the standard size van that a commercial person working in the house with his own private business can have. Maybe we can have a discussion about it. But those noises are the ones that the residents been telling me about. So number one thing is the boat and the discussion for the small vehicles. As in other words, you can have your commercial vehicle, but then a large van a smaller van, which back then, it's just a small van, not the really miniature van, 2,000 pounds. So
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. What you're saying is you would want to allow the boats in townhomes.
Correct.
Basically changing that, just that little section to allow it in townhomes, or basically what we call R2 zoned or R3 zoned or R4 zone properties. I guess you wouldn't include R3 because R3 would be multifamily. So you might want to do R2, which are duplexes, and then R4, which are townhomes.
absolutely, yeah, that's a good comment. because
Okay,
you're- yeah.
so you would include those two. And then you're also saying that for the commercial vehicles to raise the weight. So right now it's 2,000 pounds or more is considered a commercial vehicle if they have any sort of commercial branding. Electrician, whatever, you would want to raise that weight maybe to 4,000 or 5,000. So it's a bigger vehicle and maybe carve out some of the
Correct.
smaller
Yeah.
stuff.
What's happening right now, Mayor, is that if you have a small little van, and you've seen the new ones for the past 10 years, very
Right.
small, 2-seaters, that's what's the law permits now. But if you have like a regular van, no, so currently we can't have it. So
Right.
people actually parking somewhere and they're getting a lot of fines right now because of that.
Okay.
And we have a blue collar city. So I think those two things are probably what we need to talk about it, because the whole RV, I feel still strong about this. So maybe Claudia was telling me that we can have 2 ordinance or something like that. I don't know if she's here now.
It's,
Claudia?
okay, yeah.
Yeah, you
Claudia.
suggested, we had a conversation yesterday. She came with a good suggestion. Maybe we can have 2 instead of breaking.
Yeah, so right now, just so everybody understands, because I know some people were on that council and some weren't. The ordinance is all one thing. So the RVs, the boats, and the commercial vehicles was all packaged together as one thing, and they're all kind of put together. One of the things that even the conversations I've had with Claudia is maybe we could separate them, because there's some things that we may want to allow for one that we wouldn't want to allow for the other. So, but that's on our end, right? When the drafting gets done. But I do kind of want to understand where the council's at on the specifics, because obviously, Claudia, and we're gonna do whatever the council wants, but it's
Mayor,
a
just-
difficult situation.
And Zogby about a valid point right now. I'll get back exactly with the weight. I did look up 2,000 pounds. When it came out, Zogby was a very small. I'm in the automotive business, so that's what I want.
But it's a regular work van.
No.
It's not a step van.
The 2,000, yeah, the 2,000 pounds.
It's a regular work van, yeah.
Yeah, so the one.
Francine's Poodle Grooming comes in a 2,000,
Yeah,
that
so-
van is a.
Yeah, so I looked it up and it was a small van. Maybe Google wasn't working specifically, but I leave that as a gray area. I'll come back to you, Mayor. Excuse me, President, just to confirm that.
Yeah, no, I got you. But they are getting violations for something a little
Yeah.
bit bigger than that. I do know that. Yeah,
Now, we also, if we bring the ordinance back, we also got, the parking is, the question is something we need to take care of the neighbors. I get it. You understand? So we got to confirm how many parking is going to be, how many vehicles a car, because you can't have 3 cars and 1 boat there. It's not going to happen. All right, so there's valid questions out there, but I think it needs a second look, Mayor. Claudia.
How do you want?
Hi. Let's just pause. So Claudia.
I'd like,
before we
to
move
see
forward-
if the other
Please,
council
go.
members where they are.
Before we move forward, just because I opened up the ordinance, can you guide me to where we have written in the part of seeking the variance and going, which letter was that?
Well,
A little letter F.
in regards to, if you're looking at section 98-2200, if you look at
98
subsection.
2200, yeah, I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. If you look at subsection F, the exact language as it reads, and this is based on the 2024 amendment,
Hold
is
on.
that the parking.
Hold on,
of
because
the-
I count, it's really small. I can't
Is
find
that
it.
the parking of commercial vehicles, recreational vehicles,
Okay,
boats, or vessels shall be prohibited on property developed as a duplex, 0 lot line, or multifamily.
yes,
So
okay.
that's where the townhouses, where it's applicable, that is prohibited in the townhouses.
Okay, and then it says first violation, right? G, first
Yeah,
violation warning.
If they are in fact, if they receive a warning, they have 60 days in order to cure, the situation. In other words, to move the boat, to where it is allowed or pay at a facility. And that's separate and apart from the discussion we're having today.
So it's letter H then, where it's at. It's not a, it goes,
Oh, for the
vehicles may,
variance?
yeah, the variance part is on H. So vehicles may apply for and may be granted a variance pursuant of Division 4, Chapter 98, okay? For
Which
the
is
code.
basically the procedure that the mayor had discussed earlier, in regards to the individual filing an application for a variance, it going before the Planning and Zoning Board. And after it passes the Planning and Zoning Board and that there's an approval to go before y'all, then it comes to City Council for approval.
Okay, so where is the wording of that fee that the gentleman said that he had to pay to go through that variance? I don't see it in here.
No, it's not in the section of the code that's an administrative fee that's scheduled, that's pursuant to.
It's
an
like any other variance. So you're looking at a cost could vary, but about $1,000.
So he paid 1,000 for that plus the 500 for the civil violation, or?
No, so you get a 60-day warning. So you don't get a violation immediately. You get a warning. You have 60 days to cure it. We can give you an extension. Obviously, if you're applying for a variance, that's grounds for an extension. And then that's how the process would work, right, in theory. I don't know of anybody that's gone through the variance process. I mean, I've never seen it on an agenda. So
No.
I don't think anybody's applied for a variance. So that's one of the things that we could change. But again, you know,
Okay.
if it's not the council doing the variance, who's doing the variance, right?
Planning
Who's-
and Zoning Board?
They don't really have that power. You could do it administratively. You could give it to Claudia basically to issue the variance, but we would need some sort of idea because if you have a blanket law that says no, right, then the law is no, unless it's something super rare, right? A corner lot or something, a very particular thing. But there would be no point then to the ordinance if we just said, okay, anybody with a
Right.
townhouse can get the variance. Because obviously everybody's gonna say
So
they don't need the parking, whatever.
if they apply for the variance, they're out of the $1,000, whether it's approved or not approved?
Like any other variance, correct? Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, I think that if it's already written in there and each case is a case by case basis, I feel comfortable with the way that it's written. I think it was written for that purpose, we already heard the gentleman come up and say that he parks it on the swale, you know, and it's an innocent remark that he said, but it's what's happening. And when you drive down that area, you know, it's more enforcement for our PD. I get calls on the weekends for people that live in these townhouses, viejitos that are trying to back out and they tell me, Monica, I can't see, this boat is in the way and I can't see. I'm 87 years old
Yeah.
and I can't see through it. And I almost hit a little kid that was riding on a bicycle because I couldn't see well. And that could have turned into a family tragedy because somebody has this pleasure. This council approved a boatyard for this purpose in the city. You all approved it so that we could have options because this ordinance exists. I mean, having a luxury, this is a luxury. Having a boat is a luxury, you know, and it comes with paying gas. It comes with maintaining the motor. It comes with maintaining, you know, having it. I don't have a boat, you know, so I can't afford it. I won't be able to pay it and to put it on the lot somewhere. So I think that, you know, when you have hobbies and pleasures, these are the things that abide by it. And this is enforcement. And I think that it was put into place for a reason. Not just for the beauty of the neighborhood, it's also for the safety of the neighborhood, for security purposes, for obstructing, you know, streets. I mean, I know many people that live in these townhouses that are complaining that there's no parking, even for their guests on the weekends, because there's so many people parking out on the street. And I just think if we start doing a blanket change on this ordinance, I think we're gonna cause more chaos for PD. And I think if there's already something in place, we just need to make sure that maybe we want to do something different. Maybe we say, okay, you're being honest. You have a boat, you want to apply for this variance, pay the $1,000. If it doesn't get approved by the council, we'll credit you that back as a consideration of you're not out of the $1,000. You came to do the right thing. You came before us. You intended to see if this would work for you. What do you think?
No, I think we're allowed to do the return, just because, I mean, that is the processing fee. So it's because of all the legwork that it takes to put it together, do the paperwork, bring it to council.
Okay, I was just considering something, you know, to make them be honest, but not feel that they're losing out in the process too, because I think then there's gonna be an associated bitterness, no? I went before you, you said no, and now I'm out of $1,000.
I wonder,
It creates a bigger issue.
you're making a very good point. I'm sorry, I just wanted to add, and I don't want you to be finished yet. So perhaps if we do something, and I know you want to speak, don't worry. Perhaps if we do something, when they apply for the variances, I don't want everybody applying for a variance if they have nothing to lose. Perhaps when they apply, they could be giving some guidelines. It will not be accepted. It will probably, unless your property abides by that description, where you can actually park it without occupying a designated space, perhaps that. And we can give them a warning so they don't spin their wheels and we don't spin our wheels. Were you done?
Yeah.
Were you done? No, please.
So.
Go ahead, Louis. Thank you for that. Good one.
Thank you, Monica. So think about this. Gentleman buys a townhouse 20 years ago. He retires. Anybody, a resident, buys a home, a townhouse, and he has a boat. And now we're telling him to take it. That's one. Number two is, I mean, we're telling who in a townhouse, not in a condominium, you can't own a boat. Because it doesn't make any sense to me. You understand? And now, if you have a boat that fits in the side, it doesn't bother anybody, then who are we to tell them not to do it? So that's just my call. You
No, I
understand?
know.
That's why.
But I'm
So-
saying it doesn't fit on the side. If it's in the
No,
front.
no, we're talking about somebody specifically putting, if they have let's say you have a 24-foot, your space needs to be 24-foot.
No, I know, but these particular, like if I looked up their addresses on Google, you could see the boat parked in the front of their townhouses. They don't have a side.
Yeah, in front of the town.
Yeah.
Yeah, not out, but not in the sidewalk. I
But
mean,
there's
in their private
there's
property.
places that you could park these boats. In Coral Gables, you can't have this. In Miami Springs, I don't. think you
Momentico.
can have
Miami
it.
Springs, no,
Right?
Miami Lakes, no.
Miami Lakes, you can't have it. I mean, it's not, we're not saying that you can't, it exists for a reason. And it's more, I believe, for obstructing the view of when you back out of these homes and the parking crisis that Zogby was mentioning. I think that's that crisis that we see and of these vehicles on the swale, wherever you drive.
I don't think, sorry. Finish.
Mhm.
I
I
don't
just see
think
it as an issue.
Yeah, I don't think the parking of the boat is really driving the parking issues right now. I think we have another issues different. Overpopulation, people doing different things in the houses. But if you're a person, usually the homes that I've seen have a small boat in front of these townhouses, we're talking specifically townhouses. Are usually law-abiding people, and I see them with my own two eyes, they have a boat, they have a car. There's somebody gonna park in that.
And I think that's excellent. If that is that person, then there's an application process to apply for a variance, for that to be analyzed, for it not to fall on Claudia, because Claudia already has a lot of things, and that she should not have to be the burden of going through that process. It should go through the council. And I mean, that's my opinion, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Were you
I-
done, ma'am? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm done.
go ahead, please.
So I feel like this is, right, kind of like a double-edged sword. Obviously, we're up here and we want to make the residents' life a quality of life. And I know boating is very important for many of us. I'm a frequent boater as well. But it's hard, right? And I do agree with what we have in place. And I think if we were to remove that or make changes to that, it can go opposite very quickly, right? I'm just trying to think of a way where we can kind of make both sides happy. What if we had some sort of maybe permit process, right? Where certain size boats, it would be, I would think it would have to come to council. Just because I know we've been up here many times, we've looked up addresses during different meetings, and we've seen boats that are parked across, and we've seen RVs that take up. My other fear is if we allow boats and RVs and to be parked, people will rent out their parking spots just so people can park their cars. I mean, so that they can park their boats. So I'm a little.
Happened it already.
Yep. I'm a little scared of truly opening it up. But I feel like there would be a way of us kind of working with the residents. If we were to allow variances and it were to come to us, my question would be, does the variance stay with the property owner? Or does the variance stay with
No, the variance is with the property.
the property, right?
It's with the property.
Which is hard because we all know that there's a lot of rentals, and I don't know, I just feel like people can get creative and then we can have
So just to be clear, the variance process exists. It's just that nobody's really used it.
so if this gentleman wanted to present his boat to us, right, for us to allow it, there is a process for him to,
There's an existing process. He could do it tomorrow if he wanted to. He would go, he would pay the $1,000 or whatever it is. He would fill out an application. It's a one-page thing. I want a variance because so-and-so.
In zoning.
In zoning,
Yeah.
and then he would get put on the agenda just like any other application.
is there any, for boats, is there any like length requirements?
Yes.
So,
What is-
so remember, the variance basically says we are moving away from whatever the code says, and we're just granting you an exception.
Just
right?
you an exception, correct?
You an exception, it goes to that one property, you get the one exception, based on whatever criteria the council wants to discuss in that particular moment. Now, the blanket rule is 24 feet or less if it's in the front of the house. And then if it's on the side of the house, then you can go up to 33 feet. Or if we can-
Correct.
33 feet.
correct.
So
Yes.
that is sort of what the ordinance says now. It's a blanket no if you're in a townhome,
Right?
a blanket no if you're in an apartment building, and a blanket no if you're in a duplex.
Which are all very small lots, right? Again, it's a hard decision, but I think having that opportunity of them just having the variance, if we have that in place right now, I think that's the
Yeah,
right thing.
it sounds like people want to know, hey, before I spend $1,000, like, what do you guys? Some people may be more inclined to yes, some may be more inclined to
Right.
no. It may.
All right, let's take a vote. I know everybody, just so we can do it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you, President.
You're good. Let's take a vote, please.
Wait a minute. What are we taking a vote on?
His motion in order.
Oh, you want to do a motion to do what? To open it up for what? Discussion? How
I
we
think,
gonna?
I think he was saying that he wanted to draft it for two things specifically. Number one is to allow the boats in townhomes.
Right.
And the second was for commercial vehicles to raise the weight, 2,000 to up to 5,000.
That's correct.
And and that was, Mr. Mayor, 5,000, I had some questions too.
Sure.
It'll be just.
Now, obviously, this wouldn't be definitive that we're gonna decide it today. We're just saying to give us the time to draft that up, bring it to a council meeting, a next council meeting, and then we would have a further discussion. It would be an ordinance, so it'd be a first reading and a second reading like any other ordinance. But obviously, we'll be moving towards the aim of trying to approve something.
Since there's two proposed changes, that are being suggested, my advice would be basically to first address, the boats being parked in the townhouses and then address the weight, capacity of
And we
the,
can come back to the weight.
of the
So
vehicle.
I motion to let the townhouses have their vote as long as.
Well,
So to direct the law department to draft an
draft
ordinance
an ordinance,
in
right.
accordance with your proposal.
Motion.
Yeah, we will. Yeah. Let's take a vote on, did you say you want a motion to create draft an ordinance for the boats in townhouses, for the
Correct.
prohibition on the boats in town, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Do I have a second on that motion? To open that up for the draft and ordinance, and then, of course, it would be open up for our discussion. That's the motion. Do we have a second on that? We don't have a second. Motion dies today,
Lack of a second.
fails today. Do you want to make another motion on the vehicle then? We move on to that, the
Let's
weight?
circle back with that. Let me get more.
Okay, Councilman. That's a good point, though. Okay. All right, so we have to tell these people, do you want to tell them, Councilman, or because that there will be no discussion on the, let them know the variance is still available that route. Now, I would love to be able, like I said, some sort of guideline, if we can somehow come to an agreement with that, where they'll know, not to exactly maybe waste their time unless they have a situation which allows them to park in a non-designated space.
Council President, and we talked about the $1,000. Mayor, was it we can return it to them?
We can't.
No,
We can't, because what you're saying is essentially this is a ministerial fee that you're paying every time you ask for a variance. You can't have somebody applying for parking variance on the development and say, you got to pay it and you don't get refunded if we say no, and you have somebody else, so you get a refund. So you have an inequity there.
Through the chair, but
Yes,
as
ma'am.
long as that variance kind of indicates if you have a boat that's less than, right? That's what it says. If you have a boat that's less than 24 feet, if you have, right, like, is there criterias that the variance
Well-
says? At least so that they have a guidance of, if you meet all these criterias, you possibly have a
I
chance.
don't want to overstep the city attorney, but essentially, these are case by case decisions.
Right.
So you're supposed to not take any other factors into consideration when you make these decisions, just the ones that apply to that property.
Right.
If you make blanket statements, you're creating a legal issue there.
So when it is in fact going before the Planning and Zoning Board, it is a quasi judicial proceeding. So in other words, the person will be before the board and presenting all the facts, all the evidence, and basically then they make a decision. But they have to look at the totality of the circumstances, and every single situation is going to be different. So in his particular, the constituent that was here earlier, in his particular situation, it would be the longevity of how long he's lived there and had that boat parked there, and then other circumstances, life circumstances, and then the board will make a decision, and then it'll come before the council.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Question. So you're saying so just to be clear, the variance stays with the property?
Yes.
Correct. It runs with the property.
Can we look at a way where we instead register the boat to a property? Because I'm seeing again, we're gonna have to vote on this. Are there requirements for them to ask for a variance? Do they need the boat? Because can someone I'm about to retire, right? Let's say, and I say, hey, I'm gonna buy a dinghy now that I'm retired. It's gonna be a little boat. Can I get a variance? And then I sell my home and I market it. Hey, I have a variance on this house for a boat.
Yeah, increase the value of the property.
Yeah, and then you don't need the boat there, and then so it's kind of
I'm sure you could do what you're saying, but you would need to rework the ordinance significantly. I don't think you would be able to do it as it sits there now.
Can we look at opening up a discussion for the variance process? Because maybe make it a little easier for the residents, and then make it sort of make sense where it's to the boat, not necessarily the property.
Yeah, I mean, look, the difficulty is that when the authority that we have to legislate over these matters are police powers, where we essentially regulate property and zoning.
Property, yeah.
Right? We don't regulate people. The state does that. So, and we don't regulate motor vehicles either, because the state does that. We regulate property. So I think maybe you could do it. I'm just saying it would require reworking the whole ordinance. I don't think it's not a small change.
Yeah.
And a variance at the end of the day, just so the council members are aware, it's not a puzzle. It's not that all the pieces have to fit. It's going to be everything, basically looking at all the factors, as I indicated earlier. So it's not cookie cutter. So.
Gotcha. All right, through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Señor Pita, mi familia, la ordenancia para cambiarlo no pasó.
No.
En este momento, se va a quedar solamente que puedes aplicar para ¿cómo se dice en español?
Variante.
Una variante, y ese es el proceso que la ley está en este momento. Ese es el proceso que se va a quedar, y es el proceso que hay que seguir la ley por este paso.
Ok, y
Nombre y dirección, por favor.
Y no pasó porque ahora yo no tengo inconveniente,
Sí.
Puedo hacer la variante. Ahora,
Sí, yo hablé, todos los concejales hablaron, dieron su opinión, no quisieron cambiar la ley por otras razones del parqueo y las declaraciones de ellos. Pero sin el voto del consejo para poder abrir la ley y hacerle una varianza para él, no puede pasar para el voto, y no cogió suficiente voto para eso de momento.
para eso es decir que cuando yo me presente otra vez y yo haga la variante ante ustedes mismos, ¿correcto?
La varianza para usted es un proceso,
Un
para
proceso.
una aplicación completa. Mira, yo traté de hacer una ley que todos los townhouses tuvieran un voto. Entonces, o cambiar la ley, no pasó. Quiere decir que la ley que está corrientemente es la que se va a quedar. Y en esa ley puede hacer una variancia y aplicar para la variancia. Y si te lo cogen, perfecto. Y si no, tiene que mover el bote.
Ok, cuando yo haga la variante, yo aplique para la variante, yo voy a presentarme en un momento ante ustedes mismos, ¿correcto?
Va a pasar primero por Building and Zoning.
Por zona.
Y después viene el consejo.
Ajá. Y si aquí no pasó eso, quiere decir que cuando yo haga todo eso, tampoco me van a aprobar, ¿no?
No quiere decir eso.
No.
Lo que estaba explicando la abogada, porque hay que explicarlo en los dos idiomas.
Yo no lo oí.
Se lo voy a explicar, no hay problema. El concejal Luis Rodríguez hizo una moción para enmendar la ordenanza para prohibir los botes en las propiedades zonificadas como townhouse. Obviamente el Consejo ha decidido en estos momentos que no previene que se haga en un futuro, pero en este momento, en el día de hoy, no van a abrir esa ordenanza para cambiarla. Eso se va a mantener la ordenanza como está escrita, pero lo que estaba explicando la abogada de la ciudad es que obviamente el proceso de la variancia continúa, eso está en la ordenanza, usted puede aplicar en la variante, y ella le estaba explicando a los concejales que cada caso tienen que tomarlo caso por caso, no se puede decir que todo va a ser aceptado o todo no va a ser aceptado. Es caso por caso, dependiendo en las circunstancias de cada individuo, que va a explicar por qué se le debería dejar tener su bote, basado en el tiempo que ha tenido la casa, basado en el tamaño del bote, basado en cuántos carros parquea, y todos esos factores tienen que los concejales tomarlo en consideración cuando tomen su decisión. Y es caso por caso.
Okay.
Y una pregunta rápido.
Sí.
Toma
Ponte en el micrófono.
vaya haciendo todo por los canales correspondientes como se debe hacer, hay una violación.
So, acuérdate que es un warning. Si usted tiene un warning, es básicamente diciéndole tiene 60 días para entrar en acorde. Si usted va a aplicar al proceso de la varianza, está en trámites, en ese momento se le extiende en lo que usted está en los trámites. Eso no es
Esa es
ningún
la pregunta,
problema.
muchas gracias.
¿Ok?
Tienes que hacerlo dentro de los 60 días del aviso.
Y
No,
ya.
no puedes esperar un año para...
No. Estamos
Gracias,
claro, yo mismo le
gracias.
dije que si hay que cumplir la ley, se cumple.
Gracias.
Estamos de
Pero
acuerdo.
aparte quiero que sepan que no vamos a extender lo más probable. Yo no puedo hablar por todo el mundo, pero te puedo predecir que no vamos a extender así abiertamente. Ahora, a través de un variante, vamos a aprobarlos todos. Lo más probable es que tenga que tener los factores que te estoy diciendo.
Exacto.
Un espacio que no estorbaría ni, es lo que yo siento, ni sacrificaría uno de los espacios que le pertenece a tu casa. Y si creamos una situación que tienes que obligadamente ir a buscar parqueo por fuera, no estamos haciéndole favor a nadie. Esos parqueos que son vía pública son para visitantes, para diferentes cosas, no es necesariamente para nosotros eliminar los parqueos delante de la casa. Bueno, búscate tu parqueo en otro lado, no hay problema. Pero bueno, quiero que sepas eso. El variante se hace a través de zonificación, el segundo piso ahí abajo se aplica. Correcto. ¿Algo más? Ya.
No, eso es todo. Una vez más, muchas gracias,
Yo
bendiciones.
entiendo.
y
Gracias a usted.
Vamos a seguir luchando, el último que se pierde la esperanza.
Gracias. Ya. Gracias, caballero. Anyone else? No? Okay. Okay. Any other new business as long as we're on new business or unfinished business? Okay, if not, no? Okay, if not, we're going to go back to where we left off. Item 8, Madam Clerk.
Announcements of amendments and corrections to the agenda. A, zoning item 15B is postponed until the city council meeting of August 11th, 2026. The proposed resolution of consent item 9I has been updated to reflect the total amount of the 10% contingency as an amount not to exceed $53,310.30. And the proposed ordinance for administrative item 10A has been amended to reflect that there will be no early voting for the December 8th, 2026 City of Hialeah special general election, should a runoff election be necessary.
Thank you. Moving on to consent agenda. Is there anyone in the dais that wants to pull any item from consent? I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic. Anyone in the dais that wants to pull any item from consent?
Through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to pull item Q.
Item Q. Councilwoman Jaylene Perez, item Q. Okay, anyone else? Anyone from the audience?
Yes,
Go ahead, sir.
Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. I
Yes,
want
sir.
to pull I like Indian with the Babcock concession stand, K like kangaroo with the live coverage. I like Indian for
Wait a
deluxe.
minute, wait a minute. I'm sorry. You said I, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I like Indian for deluxe party rentals.
Yeah.
M like Moon for the Event Services America. N like Nancy. O like Oscar. And now they all pertain to special events, and we still have a possibility to save our lunches and in the pool, so we have a lot of options. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Pleasure of the council on the remaining motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez.
Second.
Second from Council Vice President Melinda de la Vega. Please call the roll.
And for the record, Councilmember Gonzalez has left the meeting. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The consent agenda has passed except items Q, I, K, M, N, and O.
Madam Clerk, can you read item Q into the record, please?
Proposed resolution authorizing the mayor and the city clerk as a testing witness on behalf of the city to enter into a performance agreement with Vid Music Group LLC to engage the services of Juan Luis Morera Luna, professionally known as Artist We Sing, as the featured performer for the city's Independence Day celebration on July 4th, 2026, in a total amount not to exceed $350,000, and in substantial conformity with the agreement attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit A, and authorizing a supplemental appropriation pursuant to Hialeah, Florida Charter Section 3.08 subsection E1 in the aforementioned amount to the general fund special events budget and providing for an effective date.
Councilwoman Perez, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
I have some questions for the special events director, please.
George Hernandez, oh, there he is.
I've always been a fan of the 4th of July. I've always been one of those people that always brags that Hialeah has the best 4th of July. And you know this, for many years I've attended for the past 12, 13 years, 4th of July. I just have a couple of questions regarding this item, since I obviously, as many know, I've worked in the city many years and this is not the first year that the city does this event. One of my questions for you is, what is the total cost of our 4th of July celebration?
So on average, the total cost
George,
of.
just
Yeah.
as a formality, name and address.
George Hernandez, Director of Special Events, 4800 Palm Avenue.
Thank you.
On average, 4th of July has always been roughly $874,000, give or take, depending on what staffing, all that stuff at the time of the year. So that's what it's been going. Now you add this, it goes up the 350 grand.
Okay.
That you take into consideration also. Production costs, all that stuff moves on, you know.
Is this including the artist fee only, the entire cost, or there's additional expenses?
So there's writer
Being-
expenses,
here-
there's writer expenses that happen with whoever you pick. It's not a plug and play. Every artist has different requirements. Those costs historically have always been incurred by the city when we design the stage, when we bring in the writer. This cost that you're paying for is, we say the artist, but this is all the technicians that come with the artist to do his full show, all the dancers that come with the artist to do their show, the artists, the flights, the hotels. This is an international act that's not here locally. Historically, we've kept a local act where we don't pay hotels, we don't pay any of that. This is somebody that's coming from somewhere else that has to be housed to do. I can tell you there's 37 people on this person's team to do the show that we're getting. This is not a track. This is a full-fledged performance.
And that's not including the 350.
That's included in the 350.
Okay.
You're paying for his entire act. He's doing what he just performed. I think he was in Chicago 2 weeks ago. He performed the tour. You're getting the exact show from that tour
And if
at
I-
4th of July.
And if I may, Councilwoman, I had been involved in the negotiations and the drafting of the agreement in regards to the performance fee being $350,000. That's all inclusive, and it pertains to a 70-minute show. So he is to be on stage for an hour and 10 minutes performing.
Understood. How much was the total cost of our centennial last year?
It's roughly about the same. With Gente Zona, that was $100,000.
Gente de Zona cost $100,000.
$100,000 plus expenses,
And we
which
spent
was
around
local.
874,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What are the efforts that we're making to secure private sponsorship? I know that for many.
I can tell you, for the last 4 years, We were left without a sponsorship coordinator, so the same team that you see here tonight, we're the ones also trying to bring in revenues and bring in sponsorships. We did have somebody that was on staff. It kept changing back and forth. Since March, we now have a dedicated sponsorship director that goes out. And in 3 months, she's already brought in about $200,000. She has $350,000 currently in negotiations pertaining to 4th of July alone. These are businesses that have been talking where she's creating relationships with that have been lost for a while.
I'm not questioning her job. I know
No,
how
I'm
great
just
she
saying.
is. She's
So right
doing
now, we
huge
have
work.
about
Thank you.
$200,000,
We're very
$200,000.
back.
We have $200,000 confirmed. And we have about another $350,000 that are being spoken about right now.
This is a law question. Does the agreement that we have, includes cancellation, protection, insurance costs, refund provisions, and performance guarantee?
That's a loaded question, but I'll take it one at a time.
Like, for instance, if tomorrow something happens to this artist, do we get like?
Yeah, so the city, there is in fact a termination for convenience clause in that the city could actually terminate for whatever reason
Okay.
that this artist not perform at the July 4th. However, he will be retaining 30% of that amount. However, if there's a breach of the actual agreement, or there's a force majeure, meaning an act of God, hopefully this doesn't happen, knock on wood, but there's some type of storm and it needs to be canceled. At the end of the day, he is not to perform. There will be he has like a year in order to perform. Otherwise, the city would be refunded the money.
Okay.
Or if he's actually falls ill and he's unable to perform and that illness is documented, that's also addressed in the contract itself.
Okay, thank you. Have we already do we have a full cost and of an?
It's still a moving target. We're still trying to secure everything. We move into Mylando Stadium in less than 2 weeks. So everything's being finalized now with riders, with all the different things.
Okay, my last question. Next year, can we try to make this decision prior?
Absolutely.
At least 6 months prior. I think it's important that we are notified to make sure we better understand and we have other choices as well.
Absolutely. You got to remember, we went through a transition in January. Everything was a moving target with the 250.
There was a lot of.
One of the first conversations George and I had was about 4th of July, and special events tried to get, I don't know, anywhere between 10 and 15 different artists.
Yes.
The numbers that we were getting back were staggering. $1 million, $2 million. I mean, just crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. You have FIFA that's in town and they're pulling a bunch of talent. You obviously have the 250, so everybody's doing something. City of Miami spending north of $5 million. The White House is spending $1 billion, literally $1 billion. So, and they're doing a big concert too. So that is the reality of the situation we face ourselves. Obviously, it's a special moment for the country, but you can see that we're trying to get the most amount of sponsorship money possible and trying to have a nice event. It is a well-attended event historically, and we're expecting that with this artist, we'd probably fill out the stadium, and we're talking about 20,000 residents. So, again, I'm the first one to criticize inefficiency, but we've been able to develop a lot of efficiencies during the past few months. And, I think in the totality of the circumstances, it's the best decision that we have. I mean, it's not a perfect decision. I would much prefer to spend less money and get a better artist, but it's a situation that we find ourselves in if we want this event to proceed. The alternative is obviously we don't do the event, but historically it's a very well-attended event. People really enjoy it. So I think, and the fact that we're celebrating a special moment in our country's history, I think it makes a lot of sense to do it. And we're going to get a lot of the money back through sponsorships because a lot of people are excited based on the artists that we were able to get. So, it's the best situation.
And I totally understand, Mayor. And for me, celebrating 250 years of this country is something historical, and obviously who better than us in Hialeah to celebrate it.
Man, we're doing it a tenth or a fifth, what other places are spending.
I've always said it, we've always had the best 4th of July, and I'm sure this year, George, even though we haven't had that much time to plan it, I'm sure he's gonna do an incredible job because he always does it. I don't know how he does, but he always does. So I have a lot of faith in him, and I know for a fact this 4th of July is gonna be incredible. But I just had those questions and concerns regarding the this item. That's all. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Wait, I want to speak on it.
Yeah.
My vote is no, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay,
Hi.
we'll get back.
Yeah, Jose Aldi, 78 Southeast Park Drive. This was the last item. We're going to speak on special event. But I'm going to talk about this now. So I was the director of Mylanda Park from 1990 to 96. We always did this in-house, right? I'm not against the 4th of July, but spending $350,000 when we have 4 parks, like Southeast Park, that we're not providing lunches, we don't open in the morning, you said about we still have the camp from the Children's Trust Fund. Well, from our budget, you could go to Good Lit. I challenge you. I hope you're in my shoe. Go look for yourself and say, Pepper, you're full of shit, or yeah, we're gonna work with you. We're gonna try to bring this back. All right, you go to Good Lit, Wild, Babcock. There's no programs. There's a program from the Children's Trust Fund, but there's no program. So, like in Cuba, right? The millionaires, los quinces. Everybody know los quinces, real elaborate, right? And then the poor people wanted to do the quinces to show off. We're not in a position to show off. We can't show off. We can't spend this extra money when we have basic needs are not met, Yes, next year we could go to I talked about the Cultural Affairs Council that gives $200 million in grants. We only get 90,000. And the reason is we don't have but to spend $350,000, we're not providing lunches for 4 neighborhoods, we're not providing, there's like we have a lot more need than to show off, like Los Quinces, if you're poor, you shouldn't be spending $10,000 on quinces because you need to buy your kids shoes. You need to, we're not even providing food. We saw the need for food. I'm still hope you help me with the lunches. It's not too late to provide summer lunches for $50,000. It could be done, all facilities. I'm going to talk more about summer lunches because we used to provide breakfast and lunch, right? You have the ability, like Opalaka does breakfast and lunch. You will never get turned down because even if you have 500 kids, the Dade County manages the money from the state and the county and federal money. So we got to think about this. What are we doing? We don't have hope. Please, I'm asking you to go to Babcock Park, go to Good Lit Park, go to any park and see what's going on. There's nothing there.
Jose, the other items that you pulled, is it going to be the same discussion, how we should use that money for lunches?
No, it's individual.
Okay.
No, it's individual.
All right,
Okay,
I need to wrap this up. We need to vote on this.
Yes, I got 30 seconds. This is on my First Amendment. So we do have a meeting with Ashley Thomas, the Director of Cultural Affairs. I asked Mr. Torres to come join me, and Willie, there's money available, but not this year. We have so much need this year. We don't need to show off. We already have a good 4th of July. Let's keep doing what we're doing. In the future, we could apply for grants. There's National Endowment Arts, there's Florida grants, we don't need to show off. We need to provide basic, If we can't provide a lunch, how are we going to spend $350,000 on a thing? So
Thank you. Pleasure of the council. On item Q.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question and Pepper, I know you're very passionate about the breakfast and I think we'll figure it out. We'll figure out a way of making that happen. But special events funds, and this is really my question, right? Was this allocated during, these are part of the funds, right? That are during budget. This is not additional to budget, correct? Okay. So even if we weren't to approve this, it's not like this money was going to go to parks, right?
Correct.
Okay. Wanted to understand that.
And just, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Through the chair, we allocated 700,000, right? And then additional to that, so far, we've have through our sponsorship department, 300 or 350.
Roughly, yeah.
So about 1,050, let's, $1,050,000 already is set aside. So we still need to come up with about another 200,000.
Correct, which she's working on already.
And the
You also
expectation
get,
is-
so the Peppers team, point, we get a targeted grant. Yes, there is cultural arts grants out there.
Yes.
We get a cultural arts grant that is it's a targeted grant, which we don't apply for. It's been historically given and it's always gone towards our 4th of July.
Which I fought
With
when they
you
raised
fought
it.
for and increased from 30,000 to 50,000.
Mhm.
That grant is also coming in towards this 4th of July.
So we could be part of that meeting again and speak with them and see if maybe we could raise it again from that 50,000 up. So that 50,000 now is added to the 1,050,000. So then that brings us up, and we would need another 150,000 to make up a difference.
Correct.
Is what we're saying. And we believe that maybe through sponsorship, we could at least meet
Correct.
a quarter.
So there's other community partners, people that are secured partners that to this day are not included in that number that historically have given us money, that have been waiting for us to announce an act so that she can go and negotiate what brand, what activation they have there.
I mean, I understand the bind that the administration and you were in, considering the timeline, considering that, you know, our mayor just got here in January, and given all the circumstances that he said of all the events that are happening, it's a very competitive market right now for artists. And I believe that you did your homework, you tried, you were given very high cost. And you know, it puts us in a very difficult spot to be fiscally responsible as well, because we're hoping that we're gonna make that other 200,000, right? Or 150,000. And it puts a lot of pressure on us, you know, to make those decisions when we do have other things happening within the city. But I understand, and I believe that, I believe what Councilwoman Perez said, next year, you know, if maybe we could, obviously, our timeline will be different than it was this year. Have these discussions earlier, you know, really vet some artists that maybe would go a lower cost. I know that everything's gone up. I know the tariffs on the fireworks have gone up. I know that, you know, the build out cost has gone up. That is life. Everything has gone up increasingly. And so I understand. Thank you though. Thank you for sharing the information.
Motion. Thank you. We have a motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez on item Q.
Second.
Second from Councilman Willie Marrero on item Q. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez,
No.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read item I into the record.
Proposed resolution accepting the response to invitation to quote number 2025-26-049 for the repair and remodeling of a concession structure at Babcock Park, and authorizing the mayor, his designee, and the city clerk as a testing witness on behalf of the city to issue a purchase order to D Elite Floors of Miami vendor in an amount not to exceed $53,310.30, which includes a contingency amount of 10% if required for reference repairs and remodeling, and in substantial conformity with the attached invitation to quote number 2025-26-049, attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit A, and authorizing the mayor, his designee, to sign a construction services agreement with reference vendor attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit B, and any related and customary purchasing documents to effectuate this resolution, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Jose Azeg.
Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. An item like this will be automatically approved, except this year, remember, we have the contract with the Florida Marlins and with Babcock Park. I did go to the tournament last month, and the Florida Marlins had a concession there, a truck, and they were making the money, right? When I managed Hendrick Stadium for 6 years, we had 4 food items. They were all the same price, made it easy. Most of the money and concessions are made through the drinks, and drinks bring like 95% profit. They're really, so the answer to keep in mind, so this is gonna be future generated money, right? If it's going to us, are we doing this for the Florida Marlins? If it's going to us, so that's gonna be future generated money. I wanna talk about the pools, right? So we only have 2 pools available for the public. Babcock, 9 hours a day, and McDonald 18 hours a week, right? So Miami Springs has 15,000 residents, right? Their pool is open from 7:30 in the morning to 7:30 at night. The city of Miami has 8 pools. They are all operating, right? So this money, we know we're gonna make money because just in drinks alone, you can make a lot of money. If we didn't have money in the budget and you guys were aware of it, sorry, I apologize. You council were aware of it, there's no money for lifeguards. We knew we were gonna open up Slade, which hasn't opened, and you know you had money, right? So with this additional money, we could hire more lifeguards like Babcock is, we're paying for the maintenance, right? Of the pools and nobody's using, so why don't we get this money? We know the money, we're gonna make a lot of money now with that. If it's coming to us, use that money to extend the pool hours. We only have one pool, really, McDonald. Open it every day, just like, Miami Springs, hire, now you can have money, get more lifeguards. Yeah, so that's a possibility, it's a very possible possibility. And our pools right now are in life support. I don't mean, I come in with good intentions, but I know you have a lot going on, you have jobs and sometimes these things, but that's why the budget is so important. Keep in mind now, the state of Florida, that proposal by DeSantis is gonna pass. We're gonna have even less money available. The budget is so important. That's why I try to stress the budget, and I want to give credit to Councilwoman Melinda De La Vega. She did try to get more money, but then emergency, this is all a result of the budget that we passed. So I hope, we can extend the pools and we could do it, and there's additional money coming in. Thank you.
Motion.
Thank you. Motion on item I from Councilman Rodriguez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Willie Marrero for item I. Please call the roll.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe it's item M. Please read into the record.
Okay, sir.
Oh, I was missing K. Okay, go ahead.
Request permission to issue a purchase order to Alive Coverage LLC to provide professional photography, videography, social media content creation, and editing services for the City of Hialeah Independence Day celebration in a total amount not to exceed $35,000. The approval of this item requires the waiving of the small purchase threshold.
Sir?
Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. Just to go back real quick, the concessions, is that money gonna go to Florida Marlins or is the money coming to us? It wasn't answered.
Oh, go ahead.
Just for clarification, in regards to that item, specifically what the contractor is going to be doing is some remodeling renovation in the bathroom that's in the concession structure. It has absolutely nothing to do with the sale of merchandise or any of that activity that you're speaking of.
No, but my question is, the concession stand, are we gonna run it? Are we gonna get the profits or that's for the Florida Marlins?
That's related to the item at bar.
Yes, it's about the concession stand.
Yeah, it's not the concessions where they sell the food, it's the bathrooms. It's the same structure, so they're fixing the roof or whatever, but they're also mainly most of the amount of money is to fix the bathrooms. So it's nothing
Okay,
to do
thank
with
you.
the concession.
So I'm gonna go to item K, and Council President, I congratulate you, I thank you that, we're open for discussion and it's so important. Like, that was really an honor what you did earlier with those men, I really, I thank you for that. So, just the history of the special event department is important to know. When I worked in Mylender Park, Robbie Walker, some of you know Robbie Walker, he got promoted to Bucket Dent Park. And then Robbie Walker Raul Martinez created the special event department. The reason we created the special event department was to bring the programs, I'll wait for. So we created the special event department because sponsorship became something in Parks and Recreation. And we created a special event department to bring partnerships for our programs. That's why we had all these programs, because the special event department was for programs for the park. Right? We even had the Florida Marlins we had street hockey. We were recognized the best street hockey program in the state of Florida, and we got a sponsor for that. So the history is when Julio Robina was running for mayor, Julio Robina took the department, separated it, right? And now, Mr. Calvo, I know you took it up. You put the special event department in your office, right, as part of you? So.
No, that's not right. It's its own department.
Huh?
It's its own department.
Right. So it got first branched out from Parks and Recreation, then it got branched away. So it keeps taking things. So we used to use the special event department to promote events for Parks and Recreation, right? We used to, like, we had all this thing and we would get sponsors for Parks and Recreation. Now it's become, even if it's 50% political and 50% for the park, I will do 50%. Just a quick example, today I go to Babcock Park, 11 a.m. There are 5 staff, 5 volunteers, a lady from Citrus for doing therapy, but there's nobody there. I think the special event should have let people know, look, we have Citrus coming here, it's a free program, it's therapy, but there's nobody there. So that's where one of the areas where the special event could work with the Parks and Rec. And that was the real intention of special events. Thank you.
Never mind. Motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez on item K. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, thank you, from Vice President Melinda de la Vega. Please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Item M, right?
Yes.
Please read into the record.
Request permission to issue a purchase order to Event Services America, doing business as Corporation Services America, for event security services on an as-needed basis, including community events, cultural festivals, concerts, holiday celebrations, sporting events, and other public gatherings throughout the year, in a total cumulative amount not to exceed $65,000. The approval of this item requires a waiving of the small purchase threshold.
Go ahead, sir.
Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the city council to please get involved, because you're approving things and there's things now I'm asking you to look into this, to please get involved in what's happening in our city. I know Mayor Cabo has a lot on his plate. He's doing the best he can, but you have more experience in the city, maybe like age experience, that counts too. I'm asking you to get involved in these issues. The history with this is like, because our police department is getting cut. One of the things I was asking was for the substations. I was able to go to Babcock Park Police Substation, but because we have no police officers, we closed the substation. So security was always done with the police and Parks and Recreation staff, right? We didn't spend these 65. If you go to Miami Beach, and Miami Springs, everywhere, the police department is the one that monitors the special event and all that. Because of the condition of our police department, I spend a lot of time in Miami Beach. There you see a lot of times 4 cops here, 3 cops. They do community policing, which we were going to do community policing where the police get involved and get out. And so the reason we're going to these drastic measures, it sounds 65,000 sounds like nothing, but even that would do a lot. I mean, there's so many areas there where special events, man, we have to think about 50% of the population that don't have transportation, they don't have the money to pay the $50. We can't just keep putting all this money in special event, especially like all these needs, professional photography, when it was all done in-house, we all went to the lady, Councilwoman Perez, Councilwoman Monica Perez, and Councilwoman De La Vega, when the county had La Fresa, the restaurant, their own staff had an iPhone. With an iPhone, you could do all kind of stuff, right? And they have one photographer. We have a special event staff. We're paying this for professional photography when we don't have basic needs. We have to rethink of what we're doing. Like, what are we doing here? We're not a rich city. We're a blue-collar city. We can't just not give our residents, and get involved in these. Yeah, we got the best special event. We got the best that. But our purpose first is for the residents, right? Our facilities for the residents. So this is all, again, it's going to go back to the budget, We can't forget who's paying the taxes, And yeah, we look good on social media. We look good on Telemundo, Univision, but we're not providing basic services. And I hope one time you reconsider, because we still have time to save the summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Item, pleasure of the council on item M.
Motion.
Motion from council, is that you, sir? Motion from Councilman Willie Marrero, second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega, Ms. M. Perez, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez. Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Add item N, Madam Clerk, please.
Request permission to issue 6 purchase orders, one to each of the following vendors. MP Event Group in the amount of $65,000. LG Printing in the amount of $65,000. Print House USA in the amount of $65,000. Printers Cove in the amount of $65,000. AAA Flag and Banner in the amount of $65,000. Best Option Screen Printing in the amount of $65,000 for event printing and branding vendors on an as-needed basis for city-sponsored events and community programs in a total cumulative expense amount not to exceed $390,000.
Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. I don't want to minimize what $390,000 is. That's a lot of money. I want to use the example of Julio Urbina when he was running for county mayor. He was publicizing these calendars. There was $100,000 worth of calendars mailing them to the houses, while our pools and libraries were only open 8 hours a week. Enrique Flores did an article on that. He's closing the pools, but he's running for county mayor. And yeah, he got the publicity using county funds. $390,000 is a lot of money. Mayor Cabo, I know you're doing a good job. You promoted like these flyers that you give out. That's very costly, Like, man, we could hire like additional police officers, additional firefighters. The other day, the construction manager was here. I don't know if you remember, when we passed the zone, we had required maintenance that you were told by Ruth, and now our new finance director could tell you, required maintenance, we had to pass the budget emergency basis, and we passed it. Yet here we are asking for $390,000 to print, and we're not printing to promote, look at the print, what are we doing? I have, again, 50-50, like, man, what are we doing here? We're printing, yeah, it looks, the mayor, you're looking good, but man, that's a lot of money. And why didn't we have this money when the budget came up, when we're asking for just the maintenance, we bypass maintenance, we're in trouble. We're not a rich city, we're a blue collar city. I don't know. I hope one of these things you consider, just like consider one thing I say, I'm not here to make nobody look bad. I just, we gotta look out for our blue collar community. Thank you.
Item N,
Through the chair.
go ahead.
I have a question. Are all these just for 4th of July event, or is it, just want to clarify, this is throughout the year, right? As needed.
George Hernandez, Director of Special Events, 4800 Palm Avenue. No, these are not 4th of July items. These are vendors, multi-vendors. Is not every single vendor prints. These could be from the road banners that we just put on Palm Avenue for Veterans Day. It could be T-shirts. This is not specific to special events. This is specific to departments. The city has a $25,000 threshold per vendor, whether it's one time or spread out throughout the year. $25,000 in an event could go on one event. Then every single event has to come back to the council. This is not that I'm going to expend or pay $390,000. It could be that I spend $40,000 on one vendor and nobody else spends anything for the remainder of the year. It's a threshold. All I'm asking with the amount of items that are coming up is to have that, to pick what vendor it is. Special events does one thing. Parks could go tomorrow and buy T-shirts. If they spend $25,000, I can't use that vendor for $25,000. I have to come to you guys. That's how the charter works. And this is only the authorization, just like they do at the beginning of the year for Home Depot, for other items throughout the city. That's what this is doing. It's giving the small business threshold of 65 on an as-needed basis.
Thank you.
Motion for item N from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez for item N. Please call the roll.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Moving on to administrative item.
No, we still got O. O and P.
Really?
O like Oscar.
O's next.
Okay.
Okay. No, I didn't get P.
I didn't get P.
We got O.
O.
No, we already discussed Q. Q
Oh,
was
yeah.
pulled by Councilmember
That's right.
Perez.
So I think we only missed O.
Okay, O into the record. Madam
Request-
Clerk, thank you.
Request permission to ratify the issuance of purchase order number 10003234 in the amount of $25,000 and purchase order number 10000861 in the amount of $22,500, both issued to Amusement Rights Services for amusement rights services utilized in support of city-sponsored events, and request to increase the expenditure amount by an additional amount of $17,500 for a total expense amount not to exceed $65,000. Further request permission to increase the expenditure amount issued to Snow Cave LLC by an additional $55,218 for a total expense amount not to exceed $65,000 for amusement rights services utilized in support of city-sponsored events. The approval of the item requires a waiving of the small purchase threshold.
And just for the record, there's an extra zero there.
Yes,
It's
sir.
not 250,000, it's 25,000.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. Again, so we already have money for this, right? What are we doing here? We're asking for an additional $17,500 and an additional $55,000, right? So what does that up to, like $72,000? $72,000 might not be a lot of money, but going back to the budget, the budget, you could say, yeah, I'm gonna provide better police, more police protection, but you don't budget more police officers. Yeah, we're gonna increase the amount of money we're gonna say we're gonna do this, when the budget, we had to pass an emergency basis. We said there was no more money, right? It was my emergency, we had to pass it. Yeah, we're finding an additional $62,000 here, $350,000 here, what happened, I studied public administration in FIU, and every class dealt with the budget, The budget is your plan, all right? You're gonna say you're gonna do something and you don't budget for it, you're not gonna do it. What are we doing? We're making all this a special event. Some of this money could be going to police department, some could be going to the fire department. There's so much need here, more special events. But I encourage you to prepare for the next budget. We're not gonna get what Governor DeSantis is proposing is gonna pass. We're gonna have even less money. Right now, we're not even providing service for our blue collar community. I think this is madness, honestly. I think this is madness, all this so much money for special event and not providing for basic needs, We could use more police officers, we use more firefighters, and yet we're making even more special events and more Univision, more Telemundo, more Instagram. So I hope, even if you decided to say, I hope you really think about where we're going as a city, and you cannot, we're strong former mayor, but all of you are approving all this money, so you're part of the decision. You can't blame Steve Bova because you were part of it. You can't blame Mayor Garcia. Now you can't say, oh, Brian Cobblestone, Mayor, this is what he wanted to do. You're all approving this, so you're all approving what's happening here. So I hope you take ownership, and I'm just being honest here. I hope you consider it. Thank you.
Item O.
Yeah, through the chair, George,
Go ahead.
you and I had a conversation about this, and I know you would love to elaborate a little bit on this. Thank you, George. And there's a motion, by the way.
Okay, again, special events, George Hernandez, Director of Special Events. This item is not to expend all this amount of money on special events. This item, we paid, again, there's that single $25,000 threshold. Could be one event, could be scattered amongst 10, it's $25,000. Funds are allocated per budget. I'm not asking you guys for a budget. I'm asking for the permission, the threshold, that $25,000 event. If not, you're gonna see me special events at every single council meeting, depending on what we're doing for the month. This is a threshold. Doesn't mean I'm gonna go and expend all this money. We paid $20,000 in rides for Snow Blast, which was open to the community. That left $5,000 for the next event. Easter came around. It was $25,000 for all the amusement rides that we had at Easter. That took me over the threshold. At the time, because when we got the final quote for amusement rides, we didn't have the opportunity to come here. I said, I will bring it at a later date. We have back to school coming up. We have National Night Out coming up right after 4th. Depending on what rides we choose, for the community, for that, the expense is past $25,000. That's all we're asking for. It's not that I'm going to go and spend all this money or anything like that on these events. It's asking for the thresholds depending so that I don't have to come back every single moment to you guys. It's not that we're not going to spend it. Also, a lot of the expenses get scattered depending on the department. If the streets department wants to print a banner, it comes to us. They pay for the banner. It doesn't come from special events. It's budget allocations throughout vendors for any items that we put. That's all.
Thank you, George. Motion?
Through the
Yes, ma'am.
chair, Mr. Hernandez, I just wanted to confirm again, this is all within the, your budget, right? This is not going over what we have budgeted for your
Correct.
department. Okay,
And it's on an as-needed basis.
thank you.
We have a motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. We have a second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez on item O. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Item P, we voted on already. We didn't hear that, Jose. We didn't hear item P. We voted on that already. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, we did unfinished business. We did I'm sorry, I'm jumping over administrative. So, item 10A, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
First reading of proposed ordinance providing for a special primary election to be held in the city of Hialeah on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026, the same date as the general election for Miami-Dade County, to fill a vacancy for City Council Member Group Seat 2 in accordance with Section 2.02 subsection C1 of the City Charter, providing for a special general election, runoff election, to be held on Tuesday, December 8th, 2026, if necessary, providing for the Office of the Supervisor of Elections of Miami-Dade County to conduct these elections and other matters relating thereto, and providing for early voting times and dates for the City of Hialeah special primary election, and no early voting for the City of Hialeah special election, should a special general election be held, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Item 10A is on first reading, open for discussion amongst us or any questions for the clerk.
Motion?
We have a motion on 10A from Councilman Luis Rodriguez,
Second.
second from Councilman Willie Marrero. Please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for June 23rd, 2026. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Administrative item 10B, Madam Clerk.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending Chapter 46 Historical Preservation of the Code of Ordinances, Article 3 Procedures, Section 46-66, Designation Process and Procedure, and Section 46-67, Application for Certificate of Appropriateness to add fees, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for inclusion in code, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Item 10B is on first reading, open for our discussion. If anyone has any questions or
Through
for,
the chair, I
Yes,
just wanted
ma'am.
to get a little bit of information of what this was about.
Claudia Hasbun, Planning and Zoning Official, 501 Palm Avenue. Basically, when we were reviewing this code section, because we are working on also in the Planning and Zoning fee schedule, we found out that this section doesn't have any fees. Meaning if a person comes and he wants to designate or request a certificate of appropriateness for their home or a property that is designated historic, there is no fee to process these applications. So
Thank you.
this is going to be creating those fees.
Okay, thank you.
Pretty much if the city wants to designate a property historic, we would do it at no cost. If somebody wants to designate their own home or their own property as historic, they pay anywhere between $200 and $500 depending on the property.
Thank
to
you.
Process.
Motion.
will all my taxes, property taxes be waived if I'm designated historic?
So the issue
No.
is that you wouldn't be able to modify your home and yeah, it goes through the historic review
Again.
board and
You will have a
I would
reduction.
recommend it.
Thank you, Mayor. Mo-
Reduction.
But I think
Motion,
that,
okay.
if
go
I,
ahead.
yeah, I think that, sorry, to the chair.
No, yeah,
I
absolutely.
think that would also prohibit people from wanting to even make it historic, right? They don't want to pay the fee, and then if they do and it gets approved, then they can't do any changes.
I candidly, I don't know that anybody
Would want.
has done this process at all.
Yeah.
I've never seen it personally. But obviously it does take some effort in our staff in order to review the application, put it together, whatever. It's a nominal amount of money, $200. And, you know, it could increase the value of the property depending on how you look at it. So anyways, that's basically the cleanup. But to my knowledge, I don't think anybody's ever applied. I don't think the city's ever designated somebody either, but you know, it's, if the process is there, if somebody really wants to do it, there's the process.
It's interesting that nothing
We,
has
we
been.
do have properties that are designated historic.
Do we have
already.
that online? I was just gonna ask you, we used to, is it under your department, planning and zoning?
It's under planning and zoning.
And it's historically designated or preserved
under-
property? It's under that window? or-
It's under one of the documents for the comprehensive plan that you have a list of the properties that they're designated historic.
We do have the list.
Yes.
Which is over there, probably in the Deer Park, right, area.
There are several properties. I think,
Your park, there
Bill-
are some property.
help me out over here, but we have a list of properties, I
They're
think.
listed in the land development code.
Yes.
Under planning and zoning? yeah.
Claudia, are you involved in the historical planning
I support. the
preservation board?
I support the historic board, but basically it's under the city clerk's responsibility.
Oh.
But I support it,
As
yes.
Councilwoman, Vice President is aware, we also have an attorney that sits on the dais from the law department, answering any of the historic board questions that they may have. But this ordinance also addresses an application fee whenever they basically want to obtain a certificate of appropriation, of appropriateness, and that has to do with altering the historic building, making any type of renovations or anything like that. And it happens in other municipality where there is a fee.
Motion.
We have a motion from Council Vice President Melinda de la Vega,
Second.
and we have a second from Willie Marrero, Councilman Willie Marrero. And did you motion? I'm sorry. I'll give you a chance to vote now. Please call the roll.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for June 23rd, 2026.
Thank you. I guess we're moving on to zoning.
Sir, just quickly,
Scrivener's error.
for the record.
Scrivener's error. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So ordinance number 2026-041 was approved and adopted on May 12, 2026, which with section 3 titled Conditions of Approval, providing that the approval of the variances would be subject to plans that were submitted by the architect, signed and sealed on November 19, 2025. However, the correct and most updated date is April 8th, 2026.
Thank you. So I guess we can move on to zoning now.
How about unfinished business?
You want to go back to unfinished
I-
business? Yes, go ahead.
I
Go
just
ahead.
have a question.
Yes.
Do we have a status on the fire stations and kind of what we had last meeting? I know that there were, what is it with the air conditionings? I just kind of want to make sure things are flowing. We're taking care of our firefighters.
Oh, okay.
Deputy Chief Lacayo, 83 East Fifth Street. Yeah. The items that were spoken about that were taken care of, and there were other items that were mentioned that there were
Unsubstantiated, I think is the word you're looking for.
Okay.
Thank you.
But yeah,
So
everything
we-
else was taken care of. There's no issue.
Yeah, there were no other issues.
Perfect. I
But
just
if you see something or somebody sees something, please let us know.
just want to make sure.
I'm sorry, through the
Thank you.
chair, can you clarify why you use that word? What, Mayor?
Unsubstantiated, yeah, there was I think some exaggerations on a couple things, but yeah, basically everything that was brought to the attention has already been fixed or was already being fixed. And I think the biggest issue was the termites, which that whole facility, they put the tent up, construction and maintenance was on it, and they got it done. So that facility is completely operational right now and termite free, and probably no other pests that you can think of.
So it was over exaggerated, the washing machines weren't broken and the air conditioner didn't break either?
Well, it was a list of things, and like the mayor was saying, a lot of it was exaggerated.
But were those two things accurate that I just
There
mentioned?
was a washing machine that needed to be replaced and it was taken care of.
Right, and the air conditioner, was that
The
broken?
air
too?
conditioner, we were waiting for the parts.
But it was
so-
broken, right?
It wasn't working at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, but there was a portable AC that was being put in place, so the station did have AC.
Okay, because I only mentioned those three things, the termites, the air conditioning, and the washing machine. What was told to me, I don't know if there was another exaggerated point
There-
that was
there
brought up
was.
when I wasn't here.
Correction,
Oh,
there was another exaggerated list.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we had an event, I think it was the round table, where I think a couple of the other comments came up. It was unrelated to the council meeting, but yeah, it was a bunch of different things that came out. Again, we got to understand we're in union negotiations. People are gonna say things or whatever, but again, if somebody sees something, I mean, please let us know, but a lot of it was not true, or at least not to the level that it was said. So the things that you mentioned, they were quickly taken care of, and that's it.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Did you make a motion? I forgot on that. No, there's no motion. It said you brought up the subject. I apologize. Are you satisfied? Did you have anything else to say? I don't know what's a motion or what I'm doing anymore. I'm thinking about budgets. I'm thinking about budgets and budgets. Okay, zoning. So we're good with that? Thank you. All right. Let's move on to zoning. Good night, Mayor.
Will all those persons who will be testifying on an item, please stand and raise your right hand?
Las personas que quisieran prestar sus opiniones delante de esta junta, por favor póngase de pie y alce la mano derecha.
There's no one standing, so we won't administer the
Oh.
oath.
Okay. Nobody's here. Okay. Levántate para que una juramentación.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? If so, say I do.
Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad y que Dios sea su testigo. Por favor, diga que sí si la respuesta es afirmativa.
Let the record reflect that all have responded in the affirmative.
En el archivo público constará que todos han respondido afirmativamente.
Thank you. Okay, 14A, Madam Clerk.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map of the city of Hialeah Comprehensive Plan pursuant to section 163.3187 Florida statute, small scale development amendment to change the land use designation from commercial to medium density residential for the property located at 2295 West Fourth Court, Hialeah, Zone C2 legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Item 14A is on second reading, open for public discussion. Do we have Dulce here today, the architect? No? Are you? Okay, just in case anybody has any questions, are you Eduardo Martinez or Alexis Gonzalez? Oh, okay, then he can't. No worries. Okay, this was, if anybody has any question for Claudia on item A, second reading. This was that non-compliant lot, right? They wanted to do the duplex on, I believe, in Seminola. Any questions for Claudia?
Well, just for guidance,
Yeah.
the companion item.
Yes, I
item
know.
is E.
Is E, yeah.
Which one is
Thank
it?
you.
Mhm.
Thank you. But we got to get through this one first. I'm having trouble with this one. Pleasure of the council on A.
Claudia, this, sorry, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
This was to allow, it's a duplex now?
No, it's vacant land.
It's a vacant lot, okay, to create a duplex. Okay. Motion.
Okay, we have a motion for 14A from Council Vice President Melinda de la Vega.
Second.
Second for 14A from Councilman Willie Marrero. Please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Oh,
He's absent.
He's gone, yeah.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes,
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
thank you. With the council's permission, this has a sister item, which is E. in zoning. Is it okay if we jump to that? Okay, please, item E into the record, Madam Clerk.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance rezoning property from C2 Liberal Retail Commercial District to R33 Multiple Family District, granting a variance to allow a street side setback of 10 feet where 15 feet is required, contra to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-590 of the city's Land Development Code, for the property located at 2295 West 4th Court, Hialeah, Zone C2, legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
And item 14B is on first reading. No, I'm sorry.
We're on E.
Well, I'm sorry, we went to item, to
15E.
see what they've done to me? I'm thinking blue collar, and I'm wearing a blue collar today. Item E is on second reading. Pleasure of the council, or any questions for?
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
And Claudia, I usually don't like to review if the applicant is not here, but
I was just informed that the lobbyist actually had an emergency. They sent somebody else, but that person is not registered as a lobbyist. So I don't know if we can do the registration afterwards or if they want.
I mean, the rules don't allow for that. You need to
afterwards?
register
Okay.
prior to
Yeah.
lobbying.
So my question is, just help me understand this, if this is an empty lot, why are we making a variance?
So basically.
Why don't they just do it what they're supposed
With
to
it.
do? Like,
The lot is very narrow.
Mhm.
So basically this variance is only applicable for the driveway. That they're requesting actually for the building to be pushed a little forward. So the driveway is according to the regulations. So whenever the vehicular circulation and the vehicular movements happen inside their property, they have enough space, they have enough parking, they have everything that it can happen inside the property. So typically variances are not for a project that is not developed. This is the reason why it is. It is because of the shape of the lot, which is too elongated and narrow.
understood. Thank you. I didn't know that. Thank you. Motion.
Motion from Council Vice President Melinda De La Vega. We have a lot of non-conforming duplex lots in
We do.
Seminola. I'm not complaining about that. They happen to because they are narrow and long, and we've had to give in a little and and provide these variances. Yes, we have we have a motion.
Second.
And we have a second from Councilman Willie Marrero. Please call the roll on E.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Okay, back to item 14B, Madam Clerk,
C.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No. He is postponed.
What's that?
He was postponed.
No,
right?
we're
No.
B.
We're in land use.
Oh.
I wish.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map of the City of Hialeah Comprehensive Plan pursuant to Section 163.3187 Florida Statute Small Scale Development Amendment to change the land use designation from low-density residential to office and professional services for the property located at 590 East 8th Avenue, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Item 14B is on first reading, open for our discussion only or any representative. Are you Joel? Joel?
Yes.
Okay, stand by, Joel. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Joel
Yes.
or for Claudia? Go ahead, ma'am.
Joel, would you be able to give me a little bit of information on the project?
Sure. So this
Name and
property,
address just to
okay,
start.
so Joel Tajes Leiva, 590 East 8th Avenue. So this is a property that we own. We live on it. My wife is a dentist, and we feel like it's a good spot for a dental office. So we're trying to rezone her to.
Will you live in it?
We live on it right now.
And so it's gonna be your house as well as a dental office?
No. We'll buy another property.
This is in a residential area, correct?
Right. It's in Lejeune. The property is facing Lejeune, very high traffic at all time. And yes, there's like commercials.
No, it's a
we-
commercial corridor. It's on the corner of 6th and Lejeune. Yeah,
Right.
this is not, yeah.
If I may through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
Claudia, I see when I pull it up on the map, it's all residential nearby.
Is this 8th?
This is in Lejeune. This is in Lejeune. So that corner is residential. You have other corners through facing Lejeune that they had been converted into even commercial. There is even an automotive use, I think, in the blocks south of that property. So there are several locations. And the request that they're doing is to convert it into what is called office and professional services. So people, they won't be able to reside on the property. They can just run a business from it. And the house is small. The structure is only 900 square feet of site. So it will be basically for the operations of one dentist or probably a couple of more professionals in the industry.
And they would get rid of that structure, or they would
No.
make it like the same dental structure like we have on 49th Street?
No,
Like
what they're
that's-
proposing is just to maintain the structure, is to do just interior renovations and actually develop the improve the site for the parking requirements, for the 5 parking spaces that are required.
Through the chair.
Yes,
um,
ma'am.
I know this is on East 8th Avenue. I know it's a very busy street. However, your direct neighbor to your, to your right is residential.
Yeah.
Your front door neighbor is residential, your corner neighbor is residential. This is truly a residential area. I understand. I just feel like it wouldn't be fair to your neighbors that there is now a business in a residential area. If there was other businesses, maybe, but I think every single neighbor you have is a residence.
I want to bring the point that there's other 3 properties in the same road, just 1 block away from mine, 2 blocks away. They all, at some point, they were all residential, surrounded by residentials, and they were approved for business, and even one that it got converted into commercial, I believe. So that's why we try to like follow every requirements that we get from zoning and planning. And we understand that it is a residential area, but we see the possibility of it. So that's why we in this process.
Thank you.
We did that a lot starting a few years ago on 49th Street. We turned residential offices into professional offices, right, Claudia? Back from when Deborah was here. And those streets have the same issue. They're on 49th Street, but what is behind them, north and whatnot, are residential. But yeah, we have allowed on corridors like that to convert what is now a residential office, right?
Yes,
Into a
that's correct.
professional.
And also, this is our land use request, well, the applicant request. Just wanted to bring the point that our comprehensive plan allows for this type of conversion. Basically, is establishing standards for conversions from a residential to a transitional commercial establishment. It is commercial, but it's a professional office. That's why we are limiting and specifying that this is going to be for an office and professional service type of area. In addition, this is basically an adaptive reuse of the structure. They're not creating a new house, they're not creating a new structure. So the footprint, the scale, the environment, even the landscaping is going to be maintained the same as a single family home. So it's going to look like, it's going to feel like a residential home, but they're going to operate as a dentist's office.
If I may through the chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I have to concur with Councilwoman De La Vega. I think if the property would have been like out Northeast 4th place that has like the auto sale next door or something like that, then I would have felt more comfortable converting it. But as considering the whole circumference of this property is residential, I don't think it's appropriate to start expanding from that corner. If this was something that this family had considered, I think they should have purchased a property that was already near an existing commercial location to then expand and convert that property. But I don't feel comfortable supporting this land use change. Considering the neighbors that are nearby, I don't think it's an appropriate
If
change.
can I?
Yes, sir.
There's like 3 other properties, like I mentioned before, they were all surrounded by residential properties and they were approved at some point. That's why we thought about doing this process. So
understand.
that's why we're doing that.
Yeah.
You know, with that being said, I'm a doctor, my wife is a dentist. We could do this in any other city. I came from Cuba when I was 16. I became a doctor here. She came from Cuba when she was 14. She became a dentist here. We have lived in Hialeah the whole time. We never moved out of Hialeah. So it means a lot for us to build a business in Hialeah, especially for her. I work for Leon Medical Center. I don't have my own practice. So that's why we trying really hard to do it here. But I mean, we understand that is surrounded by residential properties. And but that's basically it.
Did you already go through like the business tax department to see if like that area, if you would be allocated like the germ points? Because since that property is residential, did you go through that like the pre-application process with them?
No.
To kind of see that area?
They cannot even go through that process yet because
But at
they don't
least
have,
see like if
they don't have,
if there's a moratorium in that area.
they don't even have the right to do it. It will be denied at the moment because it's a single family home. So they don't even have the right.
But
Now,
imagine if they go through this process and then they can't because of,
they
that
will
process.
have to, yes, exactly. They will have to go even before that to a site plan and concurrency process to change basically the use of that property. So all that process right now, they won't be able to do it with the zonifications that they have.
Right. I mean, I think if we change the land use and then they get into one of those issues that then they're not allocated maybe the germ points because of whatever the situation may be, they now have this property on Lejeune that could be very expensive and they could just resell it to somebody else that would want to build something bigger there that's not the scale of the property of the home, that they would want to knock down that structure. And now their property cost has gone up because they have a property in a residential area on Lejeune. So I think that there's a lot of things that come into play that I don't feel comfortable changing the land use in that area, considering the neighbors.
Anyone else or pleasure of the council on this? Item 14B.
Motion to deny?
Well, not yet. We have to have a
No,
motion, right? It'll be denied. It won't pass,
Yeah.
right? If we.
I mean, she can motion
She
to
can
deny.
motion, but she may not,
I don't know.
if we don't get a motion, does it die?
No, we need an approval or a deny.
Oh,
We need
so
action.
have-
I don't-
Or
No,
a
no,
postponement.
I understand, but if we don't get an approval, a motion to approve.
You still need a motion
we
to
get-
deny.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
I just motioned to deny because everyone was
okay.
silent, so.
Motion to deny from Councilwoman Monica Perez. What's up? Was somebody gonna make a comment or something on this? Okay.
Second.
Second motion to deny from Council Vice President Melinda de la Vega.
Ms. M. Perez,
Motion to deny, yes.
Mr. Zogby, Mr. Marrero,
No.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes. We're in the middle.
yeah, I mean, motion fails at the pleasure of the council.
Okay, that needed a majority, right? Okay. So now we either go to table it or do we have a motion to approve it? Is that where we're going now?
So you're gonna need 4 votes.
Yes, no, I get it. I get it. Doesn't look like we're gonna have it, but do we have to go through the formality? Or,
Yes.
yes,
In regards to taking
a vote, Okay. any? We can table it maybe? Would you like the motion to table? Motion to table from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Do I have a second motion to table?
Second.
Second from Councilman William Marrero. Please call
Ma'am,
the-
this is your motion until June 23rd? To table until June 23rd?
Next meeting? Is that it? Yeah.
So Jaylene Perez and William Marrero. Okay, this is for a motion to table. Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
No.
Ms. M. Perez.
No.
Motion fails at the pleasure of the council.
That's it, right, Madam Attorney? Okay. So we still have a motion to approve. We'll go through the formality. Yeah, anybody with a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve from Councilman William Marrero, second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega.
No.
Ms. M. Perez.
No.
Motion fails at the pleasure of the council.
Should we call Vista Memorial now? It's dead now. It's dead now. I guess E will be a formality, but we have to read it into the record. Right?
Well, we need action though. We need to either table, deny, or approve.
Well, we didn't have the votes for tabling, so what do we do here? We didn't have the votes to approve, deny, or table.
Withdrawn by the city, in regards to the companion item, which is F. The city would have to withdraw it because the land use, did not pass today.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the vote for the land use. It didn't,
It was denied.
it was denied?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was denied. And then,
No, the motion to deny didn't pass. It failed.
It didn't, right, so.
then it failed, exactly.
It failed.
And the motion to table it,
Failed.
it failed too.
Where do we stand now? Is this? a
So
year?
I think in this type of, and this, again, this is just, right,
Yes,
us
ma'am.
talking, but I feel like in this type of situation, right, I feel like it's risky, right? So we don't have, they haven't gone through the business, right, to kind of see if this is even something. My fear would be, we approve something like this, it gets sold to somebody else and then they do as they please, right? I understand a doctor and I understand a dentist, but what if things don't plan out with our business, with our business department? Right? So I think you might have a better understanding once maybe all that is taken into place and then come back to the council.
Just to clarify, in order for them to get to the business, okay, they have to get to a series of other processes. So this is first land use zoning, then they will have to go through a process that is called site plan and concurrency, which is even before building permitting or licensing. So everything that you mentioned regarding DERM or all the concurrency and all the impact fees and everything are evaluated and assessed at the site plan and concurrency. So at that moment, they will be able to, to figure that out. If something, happens, let's say there is no capacity for that, it will be targeted an issue at that moment, not at the business license. The business license is the last step on the process.
At what point do the residents, neighbors get notified?
They were already.
They were
already. Whenever we submitted this whenever the applicant submitted this, then we notified the residents. So probably 10 days ago.
But if I may through the chair, but
Yes, ma'am.
you would still be already listed as commercial. So therefore.
It is not
they-
commercial. It is not commercial.
Once you change the land use,
But it's no commercial. The request is not to commercial. It is just to office and professional
well,
services.
okay, professional services and offices, right? So it's no longer residential. I apologize.
Yeah.
Then now that could be something that the property sells on. Now the property has a higher value, even if they don't do the dental office. And now that structure could be knocked down and they could build something else, considering the neighborhood with the
Re-
residents around.
Another
So that-
point,
that-
yeah.
The apprehension that I'm having. I love the story. I love the heart behind it. But
Another
but
component
still
also is
reality sits
Yeah.
and there's still, residents that are in the front, the back, and all over.
If I may,
For-
for clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
We have not formally adopted Robert's rule. However, in regards to the passing of the ordinance, 4 votes are in fact needed, whether it's to approve or deny. But when it comes to a motion to table, which is what Council Member Perez had placed on the floor for vote, you just need a majority vote. So.
So it did in fact pass.
We did.
Because
Then
we
it-
have
got it.
Zogby, Marrero, and G. Perez voting in favor of the postponement, and then De La Vega and M. Perez in against. So we do have a majority, 3 out of 5.
I have another question, sorry, Council President.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that the residents in that area were notified 10 days ago. So this wouldn't have gone to planning and zoning, obviously, not yet.
No, this item was already notified. So it was 10 days by planning and zoning. So this was already heard by planning and zoning on May 27. And the residents that were notified 10 days before that meeting, and the properties were posted as well.
Okay.
And to address also a comment before, this set of applications, they also have a set of plans that is part of the record if they enter into a declaration of restrictions or anything. So to the point that if this property eventually gets sold, for example, that it could happen, at
Mhm.
least this approval is attached to that set of plans. So it is a house for 900 square feet with that, type of improvement in the property. So the plans are also important because that is going to be the improvement permitted under this application.
So if they sell the property and they want to expand, what happens?
They will have to, eventually, they will have to come up with another proposal.
But it would still be labeled,
Office and professional services. Would be, may not. It might be another property. Somebody might want to either revert to residential. They want to request anyone that has a property owner, a property in the city or any city, they have the right to come and request it.
Okay.
Doesn't mean that it's going to be approved. Okay, but they come and they have the right to request it.
understood. Thank you.
I just want to say one more thing. I understand what you guys saying about the value of the property and all that. I'm giving you back that we have live in Hialeah. I have the income to buy a property in other places, and we still live in Hialeah. So our goal is to practice what we do in Hialeah, and that's the main reason why we're going through this process. So
We want to keep you in Hialeah. Then you have to
I
move out of
want
your
to
house.
stay in Hialeah, but
Thank you. I appreciate it though.
Well, this land, anyone else on this? I guess so we table. So the table is good till the 23rd, the
Yes.
meeting of the 23rd.
Yes, sir.
So the recommended thing is we read F into the record and then possibly table that one would be the recommended thing, obviously. Right?
Yes, sir.
Can we read that into the record, item F?
First reading of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R1 One Family District to OPS, Office and Professional Services for the property located at 590 East 8th Avenue, Hialeah, zoned R1 One Family District, legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, so I guess I can ask directly if anybody wants the motion for a table, right, Madam Attorney?
Yes.
Does anybody want a motion to table on item F?
I do want to ask a question. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
So, here on the conditions, and I know we're probably gonna table, but just so that I know, is there set to be a wall that's going to surround this area?
yes.
Okay. Can you talk about that a little bit?
So it's going to be a 6 feet wall, and from the Lejeune Road is going to be only 2 feet, so we don't disturb the visibility from the neighbor property, if that makes sense. It's going to be like 6 feet in the hall, like in separating the property from the other properties, but like in the facing Lejeune, it's going to be only 2 feet for like the first 10 feet. That's one of the requirements that they told us to do.
And the driveway, because I know there'll have to be modifications there. What would happen there?
So again, whenever they go through the site plan and concurrency process, they need to secure not only street departments, but also FDOT, the Florida Department of Transportation, driveway permits because they're in the Lejeune, and Lejeune is an state road.
And how many parking spots?
5.
So, I mean, again, just because in the first item, right, we talked about how there wasn't really going to be changes to it. This truly changes
I mentioned
the
it for the
visual,
site. Yeah, for
right,
the
of
site.
what will impact the neighbors. Thank you.
Just to bring also, there is no variances for this application.
Motion to table,
Second.
are you done? Are you done, Madam Vice? Okay. Motion to table from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez and second from Councilman Willie Marrero. Please call the roll.
And this
on
would
F.
be to postpone until
Until
June
the
23rd,
23rd, right?
2026. Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega. I'm sorry, no. Ms. M. Perez,
No.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is postponed until June 23rd, 2026 at 5:30 PM.
Okay, doctor. Thank you, Doctor. Gracias. Gracias. Okay, we're going back to
15.
15A. 15A, zoning item 15A. Thank you.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting variances to allow 1, a 3-foot 5-inch setback where 45 feet is required, and 2, 5 parking spaces where 21 parking spaces are required. 3, 2 parking spaces to be located at the front setback where parking in the front setback is not permitted. 4, a dumpster enclosure to be located 5 feet from the right-of-way along West 48th Street where 10 feet is required. And 5, a dumpster enclosure with an interior east side setback of 1 foot where a minimum of 2 feet is required. All contrary to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, sections 98-781, 98-189, 98-782, 78-108, and section 3-5, subsection H for the property located at 391 West 48th Street, Hialeah, zoned RO, residential office district legally described herein, providing for conditions, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Item 15A is on second reading, open for public discussion as well. I see the lobbyist is not here, Manny's.
No, this application is not ready yet, so we are
Okay.
requesting to postpone this
Okay.
to June 23rd.
Do we take a vote on the tabling it, the postponement? No, they're just, okay, the applicant wants to postpone it, so we're good to go?
You said June 23rd?
The next available, right?
Claudia, on this specific one, do you mind sending me again the plans?
Of course.
Because I've received several complaints on the parking on this one. So
Of course.
the plans that I originally received show a driveway.
Yes.
However, the pictures that were sent to my office show that that is not a driveway.
There is no driveway as it shows on the plans yet, because that is an improvement based on this application.
And that's the driveway where right now, I think the people walk in.
Council.
Yes.
Councilwoman, since the applicant is not present.
Okay.
If you could just have this conversation
Perfect.
one-on-one with Ms. Haskell.
Okay, I can ask for the plans to be sent to me though,
Yes,
if you can
yes.
send that to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Claudia. Let's move on to 15C. Right?
Yes,
Madam
sir.
Clerk, thank you.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R1, 1-family residential district to R2, 1 and 2 family district, granting variances to allow 1, a total lot area of approximately 6,750 square feet, or 7,500 square feet is required. 2, a front setback of 24.75 feet, where 25 feet is required. 3, a west side setback of 7.08 feet for the principal building and 3.08 feet for the existing detached dwelling unit, where 7.5 feet is required. 4, the existing detached dwelling unit to be legalized with a floor area of approximately 848 square feet, where 1,000 square feet is the minimum required. 5, a rear setback of 5.91 feet, where 25 feet is required. And 6, an east side setback of 4.50 feet, where 7.5 feet is required. All contrary to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, section 98-544, 98-545, 98-546, 98-548, and 98-547 of the city's land development code for the property located at 574 East 21st Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Item 15C is on second reading, open for public discussion as well as our discussion. Anyone have any questions for the applicants or Claudia?
This is the, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I think, I'm pretty sure I remember this. It has a building in the back and we're just making that legal.
We are rezoning the property
Rezoning.
to legalize the rear structures, so to make it an additional unit. Yes,
A use.
residential unit.
Motion.
We have a motion on 15C from Council Vice President Melinda de la Vega. Second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
A usted. Buenas noches. Item 15D, Madam Clerk.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting variances to allow one, an interior north side setback of 4.91 feet where 7.5 feet is required for the legalization of an existing terrace enclosure, and two, a 7-foot high wooden fence along north and south side lot lines where a maximum height of 6 feet is permitted, all contrary to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-501 and 98-2121 of the city's Land Development Code for the property located at 371 Pashihowa Drive, zoned R1, legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Item 15D is on second reading, open for public discussion. And I guess we have Señora Olivera. Okay. Digo, buena. Ok, momentico, a ver si alguien tiene una pregunta. ¿Necesita una traductora? Sí, ok, aguanta un momentico. Anyone have any questions for
Motion.
That doesn't sound like a question. We have a motion from William Marrero and a second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Buenas noches. Okay. With everybody's permission, is it okay? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Thank you.
Second.
The City of Hialeah Council meeting, it's unanimous. The City of Hialeah Council meeting of June 9, 2026 is officially